Good morning, Mr. Snyder, modeling panel. Appreciate y'all sticking with me this morning.
Morning, Mr. Quinn.
You have the exhibits which I provided you with yesterday. Do you have those in front of you?
I do, hopefully in the proper order.
I hope so too, and I apologize they were not clipped together. Next time I will assure you I will do that. Did you have a chance to look at it last night?
Briefly, yes.
Okay, I figured. All right, so yesterday when we, just to give context, yesterday when we ended our discussion, we were talking about the generation assets that Duke has during certain peak events over the last 2 years that were idle during those peak events. So I'd like to shift off of that and go to a different, albeit related, subject and talk about other sources of power that Duke has to meet peak. And specifically, what I'd like to talk about is imports. So Mr. Snyder, I'm sure you would agree with me that it's very common for Duke to import energy during peak events. Is that fair to say?
Yes, they can import energy.
And that includes both firm and non-firm imports, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'd like to then mark our next exhibit. This is Duke's response to NC Warren's data request 3-3. Do you have that in front of you, Mr. Snyder?
I do.
And if it's okay with the commission, I would like to mark this exhibit for identification purposes as NC Warren et al. Cross-examination Exhibit 6.
All right. Before I go farther here, let's just a note, a comment about naming convention that we'll use going forward. And if I mess up, I'll count on you, counsel, to help correct me here. But I'd like to have the examining party identified first, and then the party being examined identified second. And for the Duke witnesses, we'll have to identify whether it's direct or rebuttal. And then cross-examination or redirect examination, and then the exhibit number. So let's try to stick with that convention. And again, if I mess that up, somebody sing out and remind me. So we will mark this exhibit for identification purposes as NC Warren modeling panel, direct, cross-examination, exhibit 6.
Thank you. Excuse my delay there. I was just making sure I could took notes on that. Okay, so Mr. Snyder, have you seen this Exhibit 6 before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, without having to read the data request, I mean, in summary, what this data request asks for is how much demand was being met by power imports by balancing authorities during certain winter and summer peak events in 2021 and 2022. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Which events, peak events, did you say?
In 2021 and 2022.
Did you say summer or winter?
Both.
Both. Okay. Yes,
Is that
I see that.
correct?
Yep, yep.
Okay. Now, Mr. Snyder, I got to be candid with you on this printout. There, as you will see, there is an Excel spreadsheet attached to this. When we print it, it doesn't have labels on it. And I did not feel comfortable adding labels to it without making it look like I was adding content, which I did not feel comfortable with.
No worries.
Okay. But I'm subject to check if you want to go back and look at the data request during a break. I'll represent to you that this is Duke's imports during peak events during winter and summer for the last 2 years. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. All right. So, with those caveats in mind, we don't need to go through every page unless you would like to, but it would be fair to say that Duke is importing a lot of power, both firm and non-firm, during these peak events. Is that fair to say?
I would say it's importing power. I don't know that I'd characterize it a lot, but I will agree with you. As a percent of total systems, it's a small amount of total system power.
Okay. Well, then let's look at the first page of this Excel spreadsheet. So you'll see Duke, would you agree with me that Duke imported power from 8 balancing authorities?
Yes,
Okay. And in the far right-hand column, there are, is that megawatts imported? Is that what that is?
yes,
Okay. So for instance, from CPL, Duke imported 134 megawatts.
correct.
Okay. And from PJM, it imported 525.
Yeah, I mean, the 134 from CPL is just between the two BAs,
Mhm.
between the Duke Energy Progress, Duke Energy Carolinas. So that's not outside of the joint BAs, but the rest of them are. So we don't need to get into in the interest of time, yes, there is approximately 1,100 megawatts on a 30-something thousand megawatt system that was being imported from external. And I will stipulate to that with you, Mr.
Okay,
Quinn.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that clarification. Also, I actually did not realize that's what CPL meant, but that makes sense to me. Okay, I understand. Okay, so just, in summation, for each of these peak events, Duke is importing. We can disagree on whether it's a substantial amount, but Duke is importing power from a number of balancing authorities.
Standard practice.
Okay. Now, when we were talking yesterday about assets, which are Duke's generation assets, which were idle during peak, you said a number of things, which I understood what you were saying. But one of the things that you said in response to that line of question is, if you got to look for years, and there may be years with more extreme weather events that would tax our system more. Is that a fair characterization of a portion of your testimony?
Yeah, I was saying a lot of this was 21. It's not just weather. It's COVID was a down energy year. So our peaks were not as high as when you're not in a COVID or recessionary type period.
Okay. Well, then, with that in mind about how, other years may have more extreme weather events, I'd like to talk about one such example for just a moment. Mr. Snyder, do you recall the polar vortex event from February 20th of 2015?
I do.
Would you characterize that as a pretty extreme weather event?
Oh, I absolutely would. Yeah.
Okay. And that's something that taxed Duke's system in a very significant manner.
Taxed not just Duke system, the entire Southeast was taxed during that 2015 polar vortex.
Okay. Then I'd like to talk about the ability of Duke, even during that extreme weather event, to import power. In front of you, in the next document in your stack, I hope, is a transcript of a staff conference in front of the Utilities Commission. Do you see that, sir?
I see that.
Okay. And with the commission's permission, I would like to mark this document as NC Warren Modeling Panel Cross-Examination Exhibit 7.
All right. All right, let's mark this as NC Warren Modeling Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 7.
Okay. Mr. Snyder, have you seen this document before?
I briefly reviewed it last night.
Okay. And then you're aware, I'm sure, that this, among other things, this transcript reflects the testimony of Mr. Peeler to the Utilities Commission regarding the polar vortex event on February 20th, 2015, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you know Mr. Peeler, he's a witness this week.
You will have an opportunity to talk to Mr. Peeler this week. Yes.
Okay. Then I will wait to get into too many details about that. But I did want to ask you about one component of this transcript, which again deals with the polar vortex event, which taxed Duke's system so much. If you could please turn to page 16.
I'm there.
Okay. And on line 20, you'll see Chairman Finley, former Chairman Finley of the commission, is asking Duke a question. And he says, beginning on line 20, did these events, these cold weather events, point out to you whether or not your regional and interregional planning is deficient or needs to be improved in some fashion? And in response to that, Mr. Peeler indicated, quote, there were no deficiencies that I could identify. The transmission system from the bulk system on down into the lower voltage levels performed very well. We were able to bring in, I think we were importing about 1,200 megawatts of energy at one time into our BAA. That's a sizable energy move in a very stressful time. So we were able to move energy in from PJM. We moved energy in from Southern Company. We had our reserve sharing capabilities on our firm transmission. So I didn't see any deficiencies. As a matter of fact, I was pleasantly surprised at the performance of not just the Duke Energy transmission system, but our neighboring systems as well. Did I read that correctly, Mr. Snyder?
You read that correct.
Does it appear from that testimony that Mr. Peeler had any concerns whatsoever about the ability to use imports to meet what is, I think, fairly characterized as an extreme weather event?
Oh, no. And, I think it's important for the commission to recognize when we have a reserve margin in our plans, part of that reserve margin is a dependence on non-firm spot energy from our neighbors. So when we say 17% reserve margin, if we didn't have, and we've had this discussion, I think, in past IRPs, if we were not an interconnected system, that reserve margin would be more like 23, 24%. So you're looking at, 6-7% reliance on neighbors on a, 35,000-ish megawatt system. So you're over 2,000 megawatts, of reliance today in our current planning methodologies. And so the question is that reliance should it go up? Should it go down? Should it stay the same? And I'm sure we'll talk about that. And Mr. Peeler and Mr. Roberts may talk about that with you throughout the remainder of this docket. But today we count on that level. And the question is, how much should you be counting on that?
Okay. So Mr. Snyder, if you could also turn to, in this same exhibit, page 11. On line 20, I'm sorry, I'm probably moving too fast. Let me know when you get there.
I am on page 11.
Okay, so on line 24, page 11, and it obviously goes over to page 12. Former Chairman Finley, and let me know if I read this wrong. Former Chairman Finley said, "So how far were you away from having to shed load?" All right, that's the question, is it not?
Yep.
Okay. Now, Mr. Peeler provides a response to that, which we can read into the record if necessary. I don't think it's necessary. I think he sums it up quite well on line 12, where he says, quote, "It wasn't imminent by any means," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, we're fortunate, had a well-performing system during that event, and our neighbors perform well as well. So yeah, but we were counting on those imports.
And just to put a cap on this discussion so we can move on, and just to remind everybody, this testimony that Mr. Peeler was providing is about February 20th, 2015, which is one of Duke's more extreme weather events and one of the more taxing demand peaks that Duke has experienced. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say. As I said, it stressed the whole region. We had regional partners who did have to shed load because those interfaces and the amount of energy from neighbors were not available. So our neighbors to the south had a load shed event when the neighbors didn't have sufficient assistance during that period. So when I say it stressed Duke system, it stressed the entire southeast, including some BAs that did have to do an organized load shed to keep from having a system collapse.
Well, you mentioned other balancing authorities, and I'm glad you did that because I wanted to touch on that, and I had forgotten to do so. So two of Duke's more prominent balancing authorities from whom it can import power are Southern Company and PJM. Is that right?
Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
Okay. Now, do you know, are you aware of the fact that Southern Company is a summer peaking utility?
They may be summer peaking, and it's important. I think some of the commissioners, but just to be clear, there's a difference between summer peaking, like when does my load peak? But summer planning is something different. You may have so much solar available on the system that's available in the summer, but not the winter, that even though my summer is peaking by a little bit, all my planning is around winter because I have insufficient resources for winter. So the entire Southeast, I think we were one of the first utilities in 2015 to come to this commission and say, we're moving from summer planning to winter planning. And for the last 7 years, that's had ripple effects through dockets, voided costs, rate cases, others in front of this commission. Now the Southeast is moving in that direction. Dominion South, the PJM zone, is now winter planning. PJM itself is talking about moving to winter planning in the mid-30s. So the entire Southeast, as we electrify and as we add solar, is moving towards winter planning. And that shift is why we think we're going to have to keep a very close eye on how we calculate reserves, how much we depend on our neighbors, and something that we're going to be bringing before you in future resource plans is probably updated reliability studies that take this transition up and down the seaboard, the eastern seaboard, into account when we do these reliability studies. So yes, they are summer peaking by a little bit, is my understanding, but they are moving strongly to winter planning.
What can I look at that will tell me that they are moving strongly to a winter peaking?
You can review the IRPs of most of the southern companies.
And then just to put a cap on this discussion, DEC and DEP are currently winter peaking utilities. Is my understanding correct about that?
I believe DEC may be slightly summer peaking from a retail peak. I'll ask Mr. Quinto to correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
So, but strongly summer or winter planning. DEP is both winter peaking and winter planning.
Thank you.
And as you electrify, and this is a big point, most of what drives it is the how much electric heat is in a region. And as you move from gas heat to electric heat, it drives big winter peak demands. The Southeast is the only region in the country that is predominantly heated through heat pumps at the moment. So we use electric heating in the winters. I think it's EIA 60+%, where most regions are gas. But as that shifts, that's another driver. In addition to just the solar, it's that electrification of the winter heating that is going to cause all of these regions to move towards winter planning.
Mr. Snyder, are you familiar with the Southeastern Reliability Corporation, or CERC?
I am.
Okay. And DEC and DEP are both members of CERC, is that right?
We are.
Okay. I think y'all are part of CERC E or CERC East or Eastern, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And my understanding, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, but my understanding of the role of CERC is it's responsible for ensuring a reliable electric grid across several southeastern states, including North Carolina. Is that fair to say?
I believe that's fair.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask, I'm going to identify another cross-examination exhibit here. Now, the one that should be next in your stack is the current member listing. We're going to move past that, not necessary to go into that. So the very next one that should be in front of you is, now this is an excerpt of a larger document, which due to the number of copies we were making, I did not include the entire document. We produced the entire document with our data request responses. But this is a 2019 long-term reliability assessment by NERC, which reflects CERC East standards. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm going to, with the commission's permission, mark this document as NC Warren et al. Modeling Panel, Cross-Examination Exhibit 8.
All right, the document will be identified as NC Warren Modeling Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit number 8.
Are you familiar, well, actually, before I ask that, Mr. Snyder, if you could turn to the second page of this document.
I'm there.
Okay, you'll see at the very bottom of this, well, first of all, the second page of this document reflects certain planning metrics for CERC East, right?
I believe this is a NERC report, and they're calling out CERC within the NERC. So it's important to note that this was NERC putting a report, and this is their overall from all the regions, what they used as a generic CERC.
Okay.
CERC itself uses the utilities actual planning reserve margins to help determine the reliability of CERC. They don't report a specific one to NERC, is my understanding. So this, in absence of that, this 15% is what NERC uses for CERC for summer planning reserves. So this is NERC's assessment of what CERC East, when they do a whole country assessment of what CERC East would use for summer planning reserves.
I probably was not very artful in my question, and I appreciate that clarification, which is a fair clarification, I think. But again, just to make sure we're on the same page, both DEC and DEP are part of CERC East, right?
They are.
Okay. And this document, page 2 of this NC Warren et al. Cross-examination exhibit 8, reflects the reference margin level percentage for CERC East, correct?
It is the summer reserves that NERC uses in their overall, national as a placeholder for CERC East summer planning reserves. Yes.
And for the period of 2020 through 2029, the projection is a reference margin level of 15%. Is that correct?
For summer planning reserves. Yep.
And just to remind everybody, Duke has requested a planning reserve margin of 2 percentage points higher, 17%. Is that right?
Yes. If you would look at table 7, page 107 of our direct testimony, I think it's very responsive to this line of questioning. Table 7 shows some of those regional partners in CERC East that Mr. Quinn was referring to, and it shows what each of their, he was referring to a table of summer planning reserve margins. As I pointed out, utilities in the region are increasingly concerned about winter and now have, like Duke did 7 years ago, have sort of followed the pace as the industry's transitioned and also adopted winter planning reserve margins. And this shows that the winter planning reserve margins, while we're using 17%, Georgia Power uses 26%, VEPCO Dominion does use 16%, TVA uses 25%, Florida Power and Light 20%, Dominion Energy South Carolina 21%, Louisville Gas and Electric between 26% and 32%. So of our Southeast regional partners, we are by far one of the lowest reserve margins, winter reserve margins in the Southeast. And as we move forward, this is an area we're going to continue to study as to whether or not that's going to be providing adequate reliability as we move through this energy transition due to having sufficient energy sufficiency and equivalent reserve margins.
And just to make sure we have a fulsome record here, Mr. Snyder, you would agree that Georgia Power Company has a summer planning reserve margin of 16.25, right?
They do.
Okay, and Virginia Electric and Power Company has, which uses PJM planning, uses 15.9%. Is that right?
They do.
Okay, and Dominion Energy South Carolina Inc. uses a summer PRM of 14%. Is that fair?
They do.
And there are a number of other utilities in the southeastern United States, right?
Yeah, and I think we're more like a summer. I'd have to go back and look at our reserve margin study. We might be a summer of 15. Our controlling point is if you maintain 17% winter, you will have adequate for summer. As the resource mix changes, if we need to reintroduce summer as potentially controlling, we will. But right now, winter is controlling, so we didn't put a separate on there. But I think in the study itself, we can carry slightly lower in the summer.
So, Mr. Snyder, I'd like to pivot off of this discussion about reserve margins and move to a different topic. Specifically, I'd like to talk about Duke's proposals with respect to natural gas. And I don't know if you're the right one to talk about on this or.
Fire away, Mr.
Fire. Okay, fair enough. That's what I'll do. And y'all use your best judgment about who should answer these questions then. Would you agree that in order for Duke to achieve or to meet its carbon neutrality goals or requirements, Duke is going to be required to stop burning natural gas by 2050. Is that fair to say?
Actually, it's technically not.
That's
The
the-
law itself has 5%,
Yeah.
and that's 5% is important. It doesn't mean 5% gas burns. That means 5% of system energy. So if I'm 160,000 gigawatt hours, 8,000 of those gigawatt hours could be accommodated through carbon offsets if the limited, very limited gas burns. Again, we see the role of these gas units changing over time. But if you need those in these polar vortex type events, 8,000 gigawatt hours is not an inconsequential amount of energy that could be covered through future offset markets. And it's been a little bit to this point dismissed as dismissive. Well, just withstanding that 5%. That 5% could provide meaningful relief to have this limited resource as a reliability backstand to a mix of variable energy and energy limited storage. So it's an important 5%. So no, getting to net zero, well, we did model total zero in P1 through 4 through hydrogen. If hydrogen or long duration storage or other technologies do not come to fruition in sufficient commercial quantities, the potential to use 5% offsets is a real tangible benefit for customers to be able to have these essential reliability resources so that we don't have energy shortages during peak weather events.
Okay, I appreciate that. So subject to the 5% offset exception or rule, Duke is going to be required to stop burning natural gas by 2050. Is that a fair characterization?
It will be required to limit its natural gas to no more than 8,000 gigawatt hours, roughly, of gas, and the rest would have to be hydrogen or some other source.
And when you say limit, it's, I can't remember the language you use, limit its
burn of natural gas
Okay.
to no more than 8,000 gigawatt hours as a reliability backstand, which is a small fraction of what we're burning today. So that graph we saw with those declining burns over time would need to come down to that level by 2050 in order to comply with the current law.
So then, I mean, no matter how you phrase it, natural gas is going to have to play a much reduced role in Duke's energy
Absolutely.
fleet.
And our
If you could just
plans,
let me finish my
yeah, our
question.
plans. Sorry, I am sorry.
No, I know you didn't
go.
do it. We're just talking and it's
Yeah.
easy to forget about it. Yeah. So let me just make sure I got that clear. So under any, no matter how you want to phrase it, I mean, what it comes down to is natural gas is going to have to play a much reduced role in Duke's energy fleet as we move toward this 2050 date, right?
I agree with that statement.
Okay. And that's because natural gas plants emit carbon dioxide when natural gas is burned. Is that correct?
They emit carbon dioxide. It's important to note they emit less than what they're replacing. So a combined cycle in our near-term action plan, and again, it's a limited amount hydrogen capable. It's not the biggest part of our plan. It's being painted as the biggest part. It's actually a very small but important part. It's an important, not just reliability asset. It produces about 2 million tons of carbon savings by using a more efficient resource than the resources it's dispatching in front of. So think of it as like a hybrid vehicle replacing an old 2001, Ford Expedition, which I just sent one to the junkyard. That's why I use that. That hybrid vehicle is getting 24 miles to the gallon or 28 or 30 as opposed to 12. So while it's emitting far less than what it's replacing, and it plays a role as we transition to a more wholesome set of carbon-free resources. It has been historically and continues to be an important carbon reducer as we move through this transition. So it's going to contribute. We're targeting 18 million tons. One combined cycle is 2 million of those 18 million tons. So over 10% of our carbon reductions are coming from that combined cycle. So yes, it emits carbon, but it reduces carbon importantly on the system, much like that hybrid vehicle that replaces a fleet manager's vehicle would reduce his fleet emissions.
And Mr. Snyder, I appreciate that clarification, but also in fairness, mean, I think we already talked about natural gas under any set of circumstances is going to have to play a much reduced role in Duke's generation of energy as we move forward to 2050, right?
Yeah, that role will change. That combined cycle will run less over time and transition from a carbon reducing resource to a reliability resource into the 2040s and 50s, unless hydrogen economy does really propagate, with the IIJA and with the IRA. If that actually comes to fruition, those resources could be an important carbon reducing player as well. But the gas portion will be strictly for reliability in the 40s and 50s.
So given that, I'd like to ask you to look at a certain portion of Duke's carbon plan. This is Appendix E, page 77, please.
I'm there.
Yeah. And specifically, I'd like to speak with you about table E71. This is
I'm there.
Appendix E, page 77. Now, my understanding of this table, Mr. Snyder, tell me if I'm incorrect, this table reflects Duke's plans for the construction of, among other assets, combined cycle and combustion turbine generation in all four of its initial portfolios. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so under portfolio one, Duke would propose by 2050 to build out 2,400 megawatts of CCs and 6,800 megawatts of CTs. Is that correct?
That is correct, what we have on the plan for P1. I think we mentioned yesterday that those later CTs are a placeholder. They're all 100% hydrogen capable. If something in the 40s or 50s comes out, like long duration, cheap storage, those could be replaced. So of that 6,800, we're only asking for 800. And those longer term ones are really placeholders that could potentially either be hydrogen, is what they're envisioned in our plan, or be replaced by another technology as we go through this every couple of years.
Okay. So just a big picture here. And let me just ask you just a few questions. I don't think it's to be controversial. Maybe they will. But I mean, number one, by 2050, Duke is subject to certain carbon emission reduction goals, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Number two, because of those carbon emission reduction goals, Duke is going to be required to greatly reduce its reliance on natural gas-fired generation, correct?
We'll be limited to the gas that's burned in those to the 8,000 gigawatt hours-ish, approximate. I'm using that as an approximate.
But then number three, despite those 2 points, number three, Duke is also proposing in the carbon plan a build out through 2050 of 2,400 megawatts of CCs and 6,800 megawatts of CTs. Is that right?
Yeah, that's how you get your carbon reductions by 2030. Without them, you don't get there.
I think, in fairness, a number of interveners in this docket have proposed models which would not involve that build out, correct?
We're going to have lots of discussion about that. Maybe we'll hold on that one.
I'd like to go to yet another topic, if I could. I'd like to speak about solar and solar plus storage. And if I understood yesterday's discussion, these questions might be for Mr. Kalimba, although I could be wrong about that. All right,
Let's start there.
Yeah. So let me just first start with this. I mean, can we agree, Mr. Kalimba, that solar plus storage is a very important component of Duke's carbon plan?
It is a component of Duke's carbon plan, and we are projecting that we will be looking to procure solar plus storage in the carbon plan.
And I mean, would you also acknowledge for me, you believe it true, that it would be difficult to meet these carbon emission reduction goals without relying on solar plus storage?
I we haven't looked at if we limited to 0 solar plus storage to see if we could actually achieve the goals. I think we could, but the model is selecting solar paired with storage to achieve the goals.
And it's in the model is selecting solar paired with storage to play, I'll use the word, a material part of the plan. Is that fair?
It might be material short, yes.
All right. If I'd like to, if you could please look at the next document in your stack of papers. This is 2 bar charts. And Mr. Kalimba, these bar charts were included in both Mr. Powers' report filed with our comments and also his pre-filed direct testimony. So, I mean, have you seen these bar charts before?
I have.
Okay. I would like, with the commission's permission, to mark this document as NC Warren Modeling Panel Cross-Examination Exhibit 9.
All right, document will be marked for identification as NC Warren Modeling Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit number 9.
Now, Mr. Kalimba, you mentioned that you had seen these bar charts before. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And as your understanding, these bar charts reflect a projection by Wood Mackenzie of the increased proliferation of battery storage in the United States of America.
On the second page, that's correct.
Oh, yeah, good clarification. Yeah, the bar chart on the second page reflects that battery storage deployments in the United States are going to increase substantially, correct?
They're increasing, yes.
And you would, I guess, agree with that basic notion, right?
Yes,
Okay. I mean, battery storage is an emerging and very important technology, right?
it is an emerging technology, yes.
And it's being widely implemented by utilities through the country. Is that also fair to say?
Yeah, sorry, I'll just jump in. Depends on your term widely. Yes, it's an important emergent technology. This chart shows 7,000 megawatt hours. To put that in context, there's over 400,000 or 7,000 megawatts of capacity, or 7 gigawatts. There's well over 400 gigawatts of gas. So it's emerging and it is important, but you have to look at it holistically. We think it's going to be an important part. But yes, to say it is a major part when you look at it as 7,000 on the U.S. power grid, that is still a nascent amount of energy storage in terms of total installed capacity of capacity resources in the U.S. It is a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction, but an important and growing one. So I'm not diminishing that role, but to characterize this as playing a major role today, it is not. It's an emergent role, an important emergent role.
And speaking of nascent and tiny fractions, I'd like to compare this trend for battery storage in the United States to Duke's current portfolio. So if you could please turn to Appendix K1 of the carbon plan. And this is going to be on page 2.
There.
You're quicker than I am. Hold on just a second. All right. Now, Mr. Snyder and Mr. Kalimba, my understanding of the table on K1 reflects DEC and DEP's current energy storage systems located in the Carolinas. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And my math is, as with most lawyers, my math is not that great. But if you add up the 3 line items for battery storage, it comes out to only about 13 to 14 megawatts in the Carolinas. Is that correct?
That is correct. Along with over 2,000 megawatts of hydro pump storage.
And also in the context of this amount of storage that Duke currently has, in the carbon plan, Duke is proposing only to add about 350 megawatts of storage by 2027. Does that sound right?
Subject to check. I'll let Mr. Quinto check and correct me if I'm wrong, but yes, in terms of the time it takes to procure, construct, and put in by 27, I think it grows to 300 and some megawatts.
And yeah, just for the record, so anybody can check and make sure I'm not wrong about that. I don't think it's necessary to go to that page, but it's on carbon plan appendix E, page 26.
That sounds correct. I'm not.
Okay, very good. And that's about 70 megawatts a year, right?
I'll do the math and yes.
Okay. I had a number of questions for you about certain modeling changes that Duke made after comments, but I think those questions were basically all addressed by Mr. Snowden and I think Mr. Burns yesterday, so I won't dwell on that too much. I just want to make the kind of broad point that that in Duke's initial Encompass model, is it correct that Duke hardwired certain restrictions or created a fixed profile when it comes to the storage component of a solar plus storage facility? Is that right?
Yeah, we did, and we explained why.
Okay. And that had the effect of limiting the effectiveness of solar plus storage under the Encompass model, right?
For the capacity expansion step in the model, and we go into this in much greater detail in rebuttal, so I'm going to try and hold off on this for rebuttal, but it does limit it in the capacity expansion step of the model. And we explained in rebuttal that storage is not really a resource, it's a time shifting resource. So it doesn't produce, it moves it in time. And to do that, you need to use the production cost, more detailed model to look at storage. And we'll talk about that in rebuttal. But yes, it did limit in the capacity expansion relative to and needed for model efficiency. But we did hear interveners, we changed it in capacity expansion, it resulted in more.
And that limitation, that wasn't a selection the model made. That was a selection Duke made, right?
Yeah, I think Mr. McMurray explained that by allowing the system, you're trying to optimize not just storage, but every resource in there. And it's running through hundreds of thousands of iterations. And if you're allowing it to optimize, it can more than triple model runtime. And we're not talking minutes to more minutes, we're talking hours to days. And the number of runs that were required in the short amount of time. And at the time, the model we have multiple versions that have come out since we started this modeling. So it was just not practically feasible at that point in time to do all your model runs and have it run at full optimization mode at that moment in time. But we were working on it through the way. And as we listened to interveners, we did, when we did P5 and 6, we allowed the model to optimize. We did these very long runs. We've had all the other modeling behind us and focused on that. And so, yes, it was a change we made going into P5 and 6 upon request from interveners and the public staff.
All right, so because most of my questions about that were covered yesterday, I'm going to move off of that topic. And this is the last thing I'd like to speak with you gentlemen about. I'd like to switch our discussion to natural gas price projections. And again, I can't remember if I should be. Mr. Snyder, you and I are having a great conversation today.
Keep them coming, Mr. Quinn. We got hopefully down to the last few here.
This is the last topic I'm going to be going with. Now, I don't have the transcript yet, but I put in my notes something that I think you might have said in response to questioning by KUKA's counsel. So I'm going to ask it and make sure I understand this. My recollection and in my notes I have that in response to KUKA's counsel's questioning yesterday, you acknowledged that if Duke ran its natural gas projection today, the resulting projection or forecast would be higher than what is reflected in the carbon plan. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that's because of the current current natural gas prices. Is that right?
Well, I think we went into some discussion around their spot prices and forward prices, like a buy gas 24, 5, 6, not just today's prices. And yes, the forward curve for natural gas has risen since we started the carbon plan, as have just about every other input. The cost of batteries, cost of solar, cost of everything has gone up since we started the carbon plan.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is compare compare one page or chart in the carbon plan to an exhibit that I will mark. So first, let me get you to the right portion of the carbon plan. If you could please turn to, this is, oh, here it is. This is Appendix E, page 40.
I'm there.
Next, I'd like to, so just so we can compare page, this page, Appendix E, page 40 to an exhibit, I'm going to go ahead and mark an exhibit. If you could turn 2 pages in the stack I gave, there are 2 exhibits we're not going to mark. So if you turn 2 pages, and there's a document in the stack I gave you, which is EIA, U.S. Energy Information's natural gas, and there's a line chart on it. Are you at that exhibit? It's
Oh, yeah.
next.
Yep, I got you.
Gotcha. Okay. So if I could, I would like to mark this document as NC Warren's modeling panel cross-examination exhibit 10.
All right, document will be marked NC Warren Modeling Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 10.
All right, so Mr. Snyder, is this one of the documents that you looked at, last night after we convened for the day?
I actually didn't, because I've seen this type of information before.
Yeah,
So
this is the type of information you're used to looking at.
yes,
Okay, very good. And so then we can, I guess, agree then that this exhibit 10 reflects the Henry Hub natural gas spot price ranging from January 97 through August of 2022. Is that right?
yes,
Okay. And would you agree with me that at least according to this exhibit, the spot check price of natural gas in August of this year was $8.81?
I agree.
Okay. Now I'd like to compare that number to figure E6 in the carbon plan, which I think we all should be looking at. It's page 40 of Appendix E. Now, so again, in August, the natural gas price is $8.81, right?
For this past August,
Yeah.
yes.
Correct. And now, however, according to Duke's projection reflected in figure E6, it's projecting a natural gas price of only $7 all the way out in 2050, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah. And then also, if you look at Exhibit 10, for July of 2022, the spot price for natural gas was $7.28, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Subject check. I'll take your word.
Yeah.
Mr.
So, and again, that's higher than what Duke projects the natural gas price being all the way out to 2050, correct?
Yeah, I think you're pointing out that the current market looks like some of those spikes that we've seen in history. And I think it's, I appreciate pointing out the graph, because we have these same conversations in 06 and 08 and these spikes. And we sat in this very room talking about, are those spikes going to be forever? And you should be modeling your resource plans like those spikes were going to be forever, even though the forward curve was half of that. So I can buy August gas for under $5 for the next 5 years today. Pick up a phone, buy August gas, between 4 and 5. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but the forward curve for the entire year is between $4 and $5 for the next 5 years. So these spot prices are spot prices. They're imminent constraints we're having right now. And, the history represents that those will happen when you get into these constrained positions. So I don't disagree with where they're at today. I don't think you can infer that you should use those prices for the next 30 years of gas.
Well, let me ask you about that. So if we look back at figure E6, if I'm understanding Duke's projection, Duke doesn't have natural gas prices increasing over $4 until about, looks like midway through 2032. Am I understanding that correctly?
At the time, that was the forward forecast.
Okay,
And
and
I've
that would be
graded
higher if we ran it now.
And we absolutely agree with that.
Okay. So, but at least according to this projection, which we know is now lower than what it should be, but at least according to this projection, Duke wasn't thinking that natural gas prices would get up to $4 until the middle of 2032. Okay. Now,
We did, and you're saying that, but that's in our base case, and you keep referring me to table E6. The very next page is E7. If I could have just a quick look at E7, you'll see that we also ran a high gas price sensitivity that has gas at a much higher level. And it had gas at over $6 by the end of the decade and up over $12 by 2050. And in that sensitivity, the gas units in our near-term action plan were still selected. So today's current gas market is below the high gas sensitivity we ran when we did the carbon plan, under which our near-term action plan was still supported. So yes, in our base case, we had a lower gas price. We understand the need to stress those prices to test the robustness of the near-term selection under different commodity prices. And as these stress tests indicate, we still select the resources in our near-term action plan, even if I use a substantially higher gas price.
So, talking about that and spot prices and their significance, if you could look back at it, and I think this will be the last point I make. If you look back at Exhibit 10, I want to talk about the line chart that is on Exhibit 10. You see that, Mr. Snyder?
Yeah. The historic one with the spikes?
Yes. Now, if I'm understanding this line chart, natural gas prices as a historical reality, not a projection, but a historical reality, were $5 or more for the entirety of 2003 through 2009. Is that right?
Yeah, that was before the advent of shale gas.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I just want to,
And, it's important. These are 30-year assets, or 35, excuse me, over the history. They're well under that. So, you would think inflation over a 30-year period would drive gas prices up, but for the next 10 years after that, we had several years at $3 or less. And despite, 10 years worth of labor inflation, 10 years worth of inflation in goods and materials, and yet the productivity of natural gas was able to overcome those and produce natural gas at $3 an MMBTU for a number of years. So yes, that's why we have a robust hedging program to smooth out that volatility, but in the long run, those prices were not that high.
I have no more questions. I thank you for being with me this morning.
All right, Mr. Rouse, you're up.
Okay, we got the mics in the right spot.
We can hear you,
Good.
Mr. Rouse. Good morning.
Yeah, I know I've got a loud voice sometimes, so maybe I don't even need the mic. Yes, it's great to finally be able to sit down and have a conversation where I get to ask Duke questions for half an hour or so. And I look forward to that. And I'm going to address it to the panel as a whole. And, I looked through the body of the testimony and come up with some questions. And so we'll just go from there. And feel free to answer whoever's appropriate. So just to kind of go back, your carbon plan, proposed carbon plan has 4 alternative scenarios that you published originally, and then you added 2 in collaboration with the North Carolina Utilities Commission Public Staff. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And going to the process of how you got to those portfolios, you started the process with, I suppose there was a screening period of looking at technologies, and then, and you developed the load forecast, and then you went to the optimization process of Encompass to get a least cost plan, an optimal plan. Is that correct?
That's generally correct. I mean, the optimization is the first screening tool. It doesn't, you don't just take what comes out of an optimization model. It's a screening tool. So there are additional steps
Right.
after you run an optimization model to come up with your final plan.
But there's some options that you didn't include in the menu in Encompass. You somehow ruled those out. Is that correct?
You'd have to name some and we can talk about them.
Okay, so I think, as I recall, just as an example, you chose a limited amount of solar plus, I mean, a limited amount of battery sizes. You didn't include the full menu of battery sizes.
Yeah, I mean, this is an important point. There's only so many resources you can put in an optimization model. It's trying to look at all combinations and permutations of resources to come up with a least cost plan. So you want representative. For example, there is probably 20 different, 30 different turbine configurations out there. You've got F frame, J frame, H frame, G frame, and they can be with and without duct firing. I can put them in 2x1, 3x1, 1x1 modes. So I could probably have 30 or 40 gas unit configurations. And I could have 30 or 40 battery unit sizes. And the model would not solve. We could have started in November, it'd still be running today. You know, it simply wouldn't solve. So you're trying to get battery. Doesn't mean that's what you're going to actually do, is that exact configuration. If I have a 4-hour battery of 50 megawatts, could it be 45 megawatts or 55 at execution? Certainly. But what we did was get is a representative range of battery storage. When you're doing standalone and paired with solar and all those combinations, did you have a representative range that says, I'm looking at solar paired with storage in a way that's also solvable in the model? And that's what we attempted to do. And I think we talked about in P5 and 6, interveners wanted another one, so we added another one. It does add to runtime. Public staff wanted more turbine configurations. We added a couple more turbine configurations that added to runtime. But you have to balance that. I could have an infinite number of these resources at the most granular level, but you'd never, you wouldn't solve. So you're trying to make sure you've got the good representative range, and then you can get more detailed at execution.
Right, and based on your experience, and I've got some experience in this, so I remember runtime has always been a problem with these optimization models, even maybe when we have fewer options to look at back decades ago, is for the period of time that you've been using these systems. Is that correct?
That is correct. And just the important point is when you move to execution, you can fine tune that. So we know we need storage. Now, when you're looking at, I'm going to site this storage at this site or this solar and storage at this site, then you get really detailed on what's the most economic, what's the best operational configuration at the execution phase for that. So, there is an opportunity to continue to fine tune at the execution phase the higher levels storage or turbine that was in the model. So you can fine tune that exact resource to be optimal for that site and that situation.
And is it fair to say that the advent of all of these renewable technologies that help to get us to a lower carbon future have added to that complexity from what it was like 10 to 15 years ago?
Yes, certainly especially when you start pairing, I mean, solar and wind have been around a while, but when you start pairing them together and with multiple storage options, again, the permutations and combinations of potential resources that could go into a model is almost limitless.
But in any case, you ran through and you created a set of inputs that you thought were a good, use your judgment to create a set of inputs that you thought were good representation of the technologies. that were available. Okay. And then you ran Encompass, and you developed a least cost plan. Did you, let me ask you this, because I'm curious where the four portfolios actually came from. Because I know when you run Encompass that you put in one set of inputs and one set of constraints, and you get one answer. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think when you're asking where the four portfolios, so, if you look at 951, it affords the commission discretion in its timing, and it also calls out a couple of specific technologies where it calls out wind and new nuclear. So obviously the legislature had wind and new nuclear on its mind when 951 was being developed. And so recognizing that wind and new nuclear cannot play a terribly significant role pre-2030, we said, how many other portfolios should we look at that allowed these other technologies to come into fruition as envisioned by the legislature? So 2032, you can get some of those in, and 2034, you can get more. And so we said, obviously we weren't going to take it out, too far, but when you're looking at that balance of those four objectives that we spoke about yesterday at quite length, and Ms. Bowman, affordability, reliability, executability, as you're on your trajectory to the 70% interim target, the pace of adoption influences all of those factors, but it also influences your ability to take into the portfolio wind and nuclear in those P2, 3, and 4. And so we had one at 30 that had a limited amount. And then as you go a couple of steps further, it allowed you to more fulsomely consider those alternate technologies that are called out under 951.
And was the choice of 2032 or 2034 based in terms of the portfolio development, that was based on when you might get some of those illustrative technologies into place? Is that
Yes, that was one of the drivers for sure.
Okay. If you don't mind my asking, what was the well, I'm going to ask it anyway, but which was the first one that you did?
P1.
P1.
So here by 2030, don't pay attention to the two other resources. It, did have some amount of wind in by P30 at a very aggressive target for that. But P1 was our first portfolio, and then we looked at subsequent balancing factors. And again, it's a balancing. That's what we were called to do. I think that's what the legislature called and gave the commission the discretion to do, was to balance those four objectives. And so if you want more of those other resources, it was going to take some additional time.
And so the four scenarios and then the additional two basically are designed to not depend so much on the optimization, which comes up with one answer, but to give more information to the decision makers. Is that a correct statement, so that they can make an informed judgment on what to do?
Maybe I'd say it different. I don't want to just flat out disagree, but I would say you're optimizing each portfolio. So what's the least cost path to 2030? What's the least cost path to 2032 that allows more time for other resources? And then what's a couple of different views of the least cost path to 2034 when you're looking at different mixes of offshore wind and new nuclear? So you're fully optimizing and doing exactly what you said, but you're doing it 4 times. So instead of one plan, one portfolio, and I think what we've said multiple times, important for the commission, is we don't believe you have to pick one of those today. We think that it provides you the information, and again, we will check and adjust going forward to update this in 2024. But it provides you the information to start thinking through those balancing of affordability, reliability risk, execution risk, and carbon reduction target, given the discretion afforded you under 951.
So, and thank you for that answer. Did you ever consider providing more information to the commission about scenarios that might be, just provide more information, such as scenarios that didn't include gas in the near term. So you just say no new gas. What is the best result if we don't do gas?
Had that come out as the least cost, most reliable, we would have certainly done that.
Okay.
But again, you could do unlimited number of sensitivities and scenarios such as that. And each scenario that we did do, those four, Mr. McMurray spoke about it yesterday. I mean, I can't underestimate the amount of modeling effort, time, and work. His team worked late into the night, many weekends, months on end, to produce what we did produce. And so it wasn't like we just had infinite amount of time to provide anybody that suggested anything, let's just go run it. I mean, we were stressing our team to the absolute limits to produce a very comprehensive carbon plan, inclusive of the broad set of analysis that was included in that.
So you're saying you could have run more scenarios, but you just were stressed in terms of the time and the staff resources and the computer resources to do it.
And it also is, we've got a 600-page carbon plan and I think 3,000 pages of comments here. And there is this, we had a little bit of Q&A yesterday about, let's call it analysis paralysis, where you're
Right.
just analyzing until you just keep analyzing. And you've got to sort of draw a line somewhere.
So would you agree with this that from the body of information coming from interveners and from the comments from the public, and I don't know if I certainly haven't read them all, but I've read some of them as they've come through, that there's a tremendous interest among environmentalists in a scenario or a future that has no new fossil fuels and no new nuclear. Would that be a fair statement of what there's an element of very vocal interest in that regard?
Yeah, I think there's a balancing of interests. You've seen comments coming in about, customers may be more on affordability. Certain industry might be, very concerned about power quality and reliability, and others are focused predominantly at all cost on carbon. And it's that balancing that is before the commission, was before the company. As we developed this plan. So yes, there certainly is one group of stakeholders who would prefer to elevate that perspective above the other three. And I think it's how do you balance the four is what we tried to provide the commission.
Okay, but if you wanted to illustrate what the impact, how bad such a scenario would be for the other three, you could have run a scenario, could you not, that said no new gas and no new nuclear. Here's what it looks like. Here's how bad it is. Here's the problem with reliability. Here's the problem with the other issues that we have. You could have done that. Is that correct?
That's interesting. Yeah, you said no new gas, no new or nuclear. Well, when you go into that subgroup of interveners, having sat through many stakeholder meetings, not everybody is in that camp. Some people believe carbon-free resources are carbon-free resources. And so it's, well, no, I want renewables and nuclear. No, I just want renewables without nuclear. I don't want nuclear, but I want 3 times the EE. Again, even within that subcategory,
Right.
there are just almost limitless permutations that you could run to, if you wanted to answer everybody's question coming in. I like this, I like that, I like that. And you would be, we would just need to provide you a 5,000-page document to cover every single perspective that was given on this. So we tried to give a reasonable range.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer. I mean, I think we can stipulate that the environmental community is not united on the question, especially of nuclear energy in the future. And would you agree that some of that will come out in terms of how these new technologies in nuclear develop?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. And we'll see. So So you would then, if there was an interest on the part of the commission in exploring that opportunity, and if you got that indication, that could be part of what you did in subsequent carbon plans or in a CPCN to illustrate why you need gas in the near term. I mean, because another alternative is a scenario that probably unites the environmental community more, which is
Chairman
no new
Schultz,
gas, but nuclear is okay.
Chairman
Is that a
Schultz.
fair statement?
objection. I think there was never a question established in Mr. Rouse's monologue there.
All right, I'm gonna overrule and I get rephrase so that you ask a question of the witness, please, sir.
If the commission showed a great interest in being informed on the subject of a scenario which had no new gas, but did have nuclear or whatever else the model chose, that would be something, would that be something that you would do and could do for the 2024 carbon plan hearing?
Been doing this a lot of years, and I've learned early on, if the commission has an interest, we will oblige the commission's interest.
Okay. And second corollary question is probably the same answer, I would guess, but if they had an interest in your next, any CPCN request for new gas, you would also be willing to sort of take a look at that.
And I would
And-
say, whatever the commission wants us to provide, we will provide, but we have to be careful there. When you talk about a CPCN for any resource, if we're going to turn every execution step, I mean, there will be a lot of additional analysis that is included in the CPCN, but it will be, I don't think regulatorily possible, resource-wise from all parties to turn every execution proceeding into a new carbon plan proceeding. So, I would say that the scope of these execution proceedings need to be focused on the updated information, but regulatory efficiency will mandate that we can't have every time we come before the commission to do a battery or a CT or a solar field that we say, oh, let's redo the entire carbon plan as part of that. I think there is, we talk about that in our rebuttal, the need to move from planning to execution and back to planning and have them inform each other. So as we get information out of execution steps, they can help inform the next planning step and vice versa. And you proceed through time in that manner without turning every docket into a full carbon plan. So notwithstanding, whatever the commission directs us to do, we will do.
Thank you for that answer. And, this question comes to mind, I'll ask you, which is, does that not, in your opinion, then increase the importance of what the commission decides during the carbon plan about this particular issue?
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of this 2 to however many weeks this is going to be about, is that very discussion.
Right. And would you agree that this particular issue that I'm bringing up now is one of the core issues of the carbon plan? Do we need to do new gas is one of the core issues of the carbon plan?
It's being made a core issue. I think, we're going to talk a lot in this proceeding about the need to be holistic in nature. This is a limited amount of gas from a dollar wise, from a risk wise. This is not the preeminent issue. It's made that because of intervention. But the economics and the math don't point to that being your biggest issue. It's more the interest in this issue is the biggest. But we have, total investment and total customer dollars at risk in natural gas is not the biggest investment that's being made in the carbon plan. There's investments in batteries, investments in EE and DSM, investments in solar, investments in wind, pump storage. There's a holistic set of resources that the plan called for. And so I think it's important to look at these potential issues and risks from a holistic perspective and say, okay, how much are customers really benefiting from each of the different resources, both economically and reliability wise, and what risks are attendant, every resource in our plan is going to have a level of risk. You're going through an industry transition. It is not risk-free, no resource, not solar, not batteries, not gas plants. Nothing's risk-free. So when we look at this holistically, and we'll talk about this throughout rebuttal, I'm sure with other comments, I think it's really important to step back and say from a macro perspective, what am I exposing the benefits for my customers as well as the risks for each aspect in this plan. And so while gas keeps getting brought up over and over, it actually is just one of several risks that we will have to take for the commensurate benefits that we get when you go through an energy transition.
Thank you. So we need to have some perspective.
A
lot of perspective.
A lot of broad perspective on benefits and non-modelable. I mean, not every risk can be modeled.
Right.
So looking at those holistically across all your investments and what you're bringing forward to the benefit of the customer.
So let's turn to, I know you're going to cover this on rebuttal, but let's turn at least for a minute to the alternative modeling that was done. Let me just make a quick comment that congratulations to Duke and the interveners and the commission for having a really single set of software on that.
Chairman, I appreciate the congratulations, but in the interest of regulatory efficiency, if we could just focus on
Hold the
question and answer.
congratulations. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, Mr. Rouse, just stick to the questions, please, sir.
Sure. So with your extensive experience with Encompass and similar modeling tools, were you surprised when the study that was, when I was going to call the Synapse portfolio, it was the Duke or carbon free by 2050 that was part of the initial filing by North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association et al. That showed a significant $23 billion savings in one case in present value of revenue requirements and $17.7 billion savings for a different scenario. Were you surprised at the magnitude of those savings when you first saw it?
No, I think, this organization's been before this commission, other commissions for a number of years. And this is why, we just flatly disagree with the way they structure their models, their inputs, their load assumptions, the way they conduct the models in a manner that it produces that result. But when we say results oriented, if I'm serving 8 to 10% less load because I just assume your load forecast is too high, if I assume my battery prices and renewable prices are significantly lower than yours and my gas prices are significantly higher, and I, at every knob that you can turn in a model, turn it towards the outcome you'd like to see, you get that result.
Right.
So I'm not surprised they've presented portfolios like this that are not executable, they're not reliable, and they're going, I'm not sure, it sometimes gets a news splash, but it's something that we're the utility that has to implement, and it's not something that we believe is reliable, implementable, and is based on a set of assumptions that we don't agree on.
Okay. But you'd agree that those are substantial savings that if you could get them, you would like to see a portfolio that did that if it was executable, reliable, and got the carbon reductions in as well as the affordability. It's obviously more affordable.
I'd like to see one that's $50 billion cheaper if I
Okay,
thought it
yeah.
was actually
Right.
true and reliable and actual prices were representative of what we could procure, certainly, but we don't believe that to be the case.
Okay, so did you check their results by trying to duplicate their modeling using your system?
Glenn,
Yeah,
I'll speak to this just briefly.
Sure.
To stay consistent with how they modeled theirs, one of the first things we found when we implemented Encompass in 2021, 2020 and 21 was
It's on.
okay, I'm on.
Oh, yeah. I'm here.
One of the first things we found in 2020 and 21 when we were implementing Encompass was something that's called commitment. It's how units are committed. Just very high level about what you'll hear: commit, no commit. That's the ability of how long a unit must stay online, how long a unit has to stay offline, how quickly it can start up, how quickly it can shut down. Ancillary requirements, reserve requires for day ahead scheduling and inter-hour volatility. That is all encompassed into it. Pardon the pun. It's all brought into something called commitment. What we found early on when we were implementing it, when we did no commit, I mean, as a modeling manager, I thought it was awesome. Our runs were finishing in less than an hour. The complex analysis, and we were getting runs in less than an hour. But I mean, and we implemented this in the Midwest. We implemented this in Florida. We implemented, system-wide. And in every case, the results were not. You couldn't believe the results. We were having CTs added when they were not needed. We were having batteries added when they were not needed. So we found out. So we were driving. We implemented this model. We had to have a defendable model in front of for regulatory purposes, and so we went and talked to Anchor Power, the owner of the Compass model, and he says, try partial commit. Well, we did, and we liked the results, but runtime then increased for the Carolinas. It was different from every different regions, from about 1 hour to make a run to 3 hours. But it was a run that I thought we could use for regulatory purposes and planning purposes. So and all of the runs that I saw where some of the intervening parties, they spot their modeling, about in every case, they did not have any commit. They didn't have how the system, they were making plans for resources to be added when, without really any difference to system operability on how the system actually operates.
So, and let me ask a follow-up question, because I appreciate the answer.
Right.
That the commitment process, basically, if you didn't have it, would be favorable to renewables because you could more easily ramp down your generating facilities and get their cheaper energy. Is that a fair statement?
I would have to think about the question that you just asked before I would answer yes or no.
And if I could
go ahead.
just add for the commission, it's a lot of detail, technical talk here, but basically there's commitment logic and dispatch, and the commitment logic that says, do I turn a unit on, do I not, based on its minimum up and down times and how it can ramp up and down. When you turn that off to get model efficiency, and you don't care about real-time operating reserves and the ability to meet ramps and all that, it does make the model run faster. What Mr. McMurray was saying is, all the interveners did that, because if you're not using a many servers to get your models to run, it might just be, if I just have them running it on one computer, that's the only way I can make the model run. So they may have had legitimate resource limitations for doing that, but that's just the mechanic, in addition to the inputs we disagree with and everything else, from the mechanics of the modeling. To turn that off gives you quick model runs, but results that we would never rely for utility purposes, because that's an important part of utility operations and how the utility operates. So they turn that piece off. So in addition to all the things I spoke about, what we just had some discussion on was, the robustness of, you can say, using the model. You can use the model differently. They used it differently. They used it in an expedited fashion that allowed for quicker optimizations, but sacrificed reliability or accuracy of the model. So that was just maybe a simple way to say that.
So back to my original question,
Okay.
Which was, did you get there, duplicate that result, or in a Synapse, in an Encompass run that showed that degree of savings, but you had to change the commitment logic? Is that what you're saying? You did that, or did you not do that?
Let me jump in here, Bobby. So there's a number of different input assumptions that can drive cost differences between what's presented in the Synapse report. First one I'll direct the commission to is figure 16 in our direct testimony. This is a difference in load. The comparison performed in the Synapse report.
Will you let me know the page, please,
Yes,
sir?
page 189 of our direct testimony, figure 16, should be 2 line graphs with blue and gray lines. So one of the first main drivers of this cost difference is load. The companies believe they took a very aggressive approach to reducing load as the first prong of shrinking the challenge of meeting our HB 951 objectives. Synapse with NCSEA endeavored an even greater load reduction that our EE and grid edge panel can talk to is far more aggressive than what we think is achievable. There are other main input changes. If you turn a couple pages to page 192, figure 17, I referred you to this graphic yesterday, which looks at the cost differences that were used in this comparison. So taking the resources that the companies presented in portfolio 1A, so this is in the alternate fuel supply case, they compared our resources with these costs to the optimization that they performed with these costs. So in portfolios where natural gas, CC and CT are increased, and solar, battery, onshore wind, offshore wind are all decreased, that'll certainly contribute to a difference in cost between the two portfolios. Now, Mr. Rouse asked if we went and endeavored to try to replicate this. We did load these models into, they modeled in Encompass. We took them, we pulled them into Encompass, looked at all of these inputs, and frankly, we just disagree with a lot of the assumption changes that were made here. We don't believe that they're reasonable in terms of cost projections, executability, and as we went forward and continued to check the reliability of each of these portfolios, found that throughout time, I'll ask you to please turn to page 202 of our direct testimony. Figure 18 shows in the 35 graph on the right that by 2035, the set of resources that Synapse has presented no longer meets the reliability thresholds that the companies put a lot of stake and emphasis on in ensuring and maintaining reliability as set out by HB 951.
And so I'll get to that later, but I guess still you didn't, and it sounds like what you're saying is that you didn't duplicate the Encompass results, but you took the resulting portfolio and ran it through the SERV-M model to get the result on the graph that you're discussing there.
That's correct.
Okay. So, all right, where am I? So, and it sounds like you've already answered this, but I'll ask it again. In page 185, you stated that intervenor proposals lack technical objectivity, and they were developed using methods and assumptions that unduly favor resource types and appear to have been structured with desired portfolio composition in mind. I think that's on page 185 of your testimony. Is that still that's still your conclusion at this point?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Now, and this is going to ask you to speculate or project a little bit, but is it possible that if certain things break in terms of the technology that's out there in a way that favors the assumptions that Synapse used, that ratepayers would benefit substantially?
I mean, you can always construe inputs to make ratepayers safe. The question is, are those good inputs? So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay. So, and I'm sure we'll hear more.
we will.
So when your testimony though, or it seems to me, and just confirmed that this is what you're saying, is that from the point of view of what Duke did, that Encompass didn't pick an option that showed no gas, and that was, and that you haven't gone through and created a separate scenario in the same manner that you created scenarios 1 through, or portfolios 1 through 6. Is that a correct statement?
Well, 1 through 6 were all optimized against all resource options. None of the optimized portfolios failed to select gas. So
Right.
what you're asking is, did we force out gas and just take it out as an option and then run a portfolio that says, what's the least cost option if we did not have a limited amount of hydrogen capable gas available for the model to select? And we did not do that run.
Okay. Okay. So in your opinion, are there events that could happen, such as additional federal legislation or further improvements in technology that could lead to that being an option? Because it seems to me that,
Chair Mitchell.
are there events that might happen in your mind that would lead to such a scenario being selected?
Again, it calls for a lot of hypotheticals. I think, the one that I just mentioned is, the IIJA and the IRA have significant investment towards hydrogen, right? And what we talked about is, even with hydrogen, we think a limited amount of hydrogen is beneficial in the near term. And if it becomes a green hydrogen economy longer term, that would support further development. So it's not just one way. Again, holistically, could you hypothetically come up with a construct where hydrogen capable natural gas is not needed? If I twist enough knobs, I guarantee you I can do that. But I can twist just as many knobs to say, with all the federal funding towards green hydrogen, with the possibility for carbon offsets, that a limited amount of new natural gas it may be too conservative. 2 combined cycles, I would get you quicker carbon reductions. I would point out, we've already reduced, there's this number I've got in my mind, 76, 41, 23. 76 is where we were in 2005. 41 is where we are today in 23. 18 million tons we've got to reduce. But that first 30, a big chunk of that came from CCs, right? And so the real question is do we believe that there's no future for even a limited amount of that going forward? That it's time to turn off what's been successful for the last decade. In our last IRP, we went from over 1,000 pounds per megawatt hour down to 600 pounds per megawatt hour as we sit today. We are among the lowest carbon intensity utilities in the nation. And a chunk of that was solar. That's great. We're national leader in solar. But a big chunk of that was using efficient natural gas to displace much more carbon intensive resources that they're running in front of now. And the combination of the two has allowed us to achieve tremendous carbon savings. And we believe that there is room for further limited amount of hydrogen capable natural gas as part of our 70%, as well as our path to net zero. And we'll probably hear that many times in the next 2 weeks.
So just to follow on to that, is the selection of natural gas, the ability or the idea that you could convert it into hydrogen is an important part, is it not, of the justification for building new natural gas?
Either that or the 5% limited offsets. If you believe neither one of those would come to fruition, that there will never be an offset market and there will never be hydrogen, then that would change your model inputs. If you thought neither was now, 951 allows for the 5%. Federal government is pushing hydrogen investments hard. But if you don't believe in either of those, that an offset market will never evolve and a hydrogen market will never evolve, then that would have an influence on your ability to run these plants. If I'd never had hydrogen, never had offsets, then yes, they would not run past 2050.
Okay. I'm going to go into another line of question. I guess we've got a few minutes. The next step in the process, and you mentioned this a minute or two ago about the fact that you ran the Synapse scenario through the SERVM process. I'll talk about that. And is it true that the Synapse scenario actually passed the SERVM reliability test in 2030?
Yes, and importantly with their load. So we didn't readjust to move their load up to say, what if we don't hit their, point out, we have what we think are aggressive. Some people think we should be more aggressive. Synapse, and you're going to hear from their witnesses, I'm sure, think you can be even more aggressive on the EE. Public staff is a little concerned that we may be overly counting on EE, and that if that doesn't come to fruition by 2030, you might have underplanned. So Synapse has gone the other direction, said you should use a bunch more. So when we include their aggressive load reductions and their portfolio, it passed the 2030 reliability screen, dependent upon hitting their load reductions, which we don't agree with, public staff doesn't agree with. But even with those high load reduction levels, they did not pass the 35 reliability screen. So that's the broad context for that.
Right. And that's key in your mind because reliability is one of the fundamental aspects of what you want to achieve with the carbon plant.
Yeah, it's one that actually isn't a trade-off. So we're not allowed under 951 to say we're going to be less reliable. That was not an option.
Now, I've got a few questions on SERVM, how it works. And you say in your testimony that SERVM runs 41 years of weather data.
Can you point me to the line, please?
It's in there. So
how about I agree with you, subject to check, and we can move forward.
Please, thank you. Thank you. And I anticipated that, and I thought I had that, but it's not here. Where does the 41 years of weather data come from?
Historic weather data based on publicly, I don't know if it's NOAA. It's a publicly available weather data at multiple weather stations for the last 41 years.
In North Carolina?
Yes.
And South Carolina?
Yeah. On a load, there's multiple weather stations and they're load weighted based on the weather station.
So you load weight the weather stations, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Why is it important to have 40? It seems like a lot of data. Why is it important to have that much data, have that much weather data? I mean, it ends in 2021. Is that the ending year, first of all?
No, I think this was based on our 2020 data set. I'd have to check. It's 2020, 2021. So it's, yeah.
So it goes back to 1980.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you think you needed that much weather data?
It's important to know that the resource plans are based on weather normal, just a normal weather conditions, and a reserve margin. The very intent is to say, we know sometimes we can have non-normal weather. And so if you have non-normal weather, you need a reserve margin to cover the fact, and again, we all know that as weather deviates, load goes with it, as well as to cover unit outages. So those are the two, and load forecast error. So those are the big three, but the first two are probably the big drivers. It's weather deviation and unit outages. So you use as much available data to say what is the ability of the system should any of these 41 weather years happen next year, am I prepared to serve load? And so the more available data you have, and again, SERVM takes a statistical approach to look at every weather year and adjust load appropriately to say, can I serve load?
And so that then included, tell me if I'm right or wrong, that the events of 2015 and 2018 that we discussed earlier.
They do.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. Do you think that 41 years of data, of weather data, looking back to 1980, is a good indicator of the next 30 years of weather data, which is the planning horizon?
You know, we've had a lot of discussion on this in the LOLE docket, the reserve margin docket, in our solar integration service charge docket, where we use these statistical matters. And, you know, I know that there's a body of people say that don't worry about the past, it won't happen again because we've got warming, and so you're not going to have cold winters anymore, so you don't need to plan for them. I'm not there. I don't know if this commission's there. So I would like my system to be fully capable of meeting a 2014 event, a 2015 event, a 2018 event, and not just assume that those events won't replicate themselves. So yes, I do think it's appropriate to look at as much history and say, am I prepared to serve load if a historical weather year was to repeat itself? How does that look? And that's what SERVM does. So if you want to ignore data, you can, and you can get a different result.
So I take from what you're saying, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong, that you didn't make any adjustments to that data to sort of account for potential for warming over the next 30 years in North Carolina.
We have looked at drift terms, like a drift in mean temperatures, and it didn't, you know, that small drift did not have a meaningful, if I recall that study, did not have a meaningful impact.
Okay. But do you think it's possible that the old data could make winter conditions more challenging than they really look at the current time, if warming occurs and you start to see it?
Yeah, it's, you know, we've seen winter conditions, and we just had the Texas event. It was, you know, very bad event. So I do think there's, you know, winter conditions are, and unit outages are also another part of it, and how winter conditions affect those, snow cover, ice cover, et cetera. But that, you know, is what we're attempting to capture in the SERVM month.
So moving on, you calculated, you ran the Synapse model through the SERVM, and you calculated the capacity of CTs needed to correct the reliability failure. I recall reading from your testimony.
So line reference for me?
I don't have that
All right,
one.
sorry.
Come on. I'm
All right,
sorry.
it's all good. I was just going to go to it for context, but you keep going. We'll
No,
try and finish here.
I just, do you recall from your testimony that that's what you did?
Yeah, we needed a number of CTs in 2035 to get you back to a 1 day and 10-year LOLE, one event in 10 years.
So did you look more deeply into that reliability failure than just to see that you had it in the model, such as looking at specific days and specific outage conditions? Why, in other words, why did it fail? What was going on that made it fail?
Yeah, when you're running 41 weather years, you're running multiple outage simulations of outage draws and forecast errors. You're generating tens of thousands of iterations. And we did not go in and try and decompose here's the exact weather year outage configuration. These were the simulated coal outages. This was a 2018 weather year with this FOR and put that. No, it does that all within the model and indicates whether you have met the one event in 10-year standard or not. And it would take a lot of additional analytics. But we've done that in the past in those dockets when that was the focus of the docket. This was not the focus of this docket.
So it's something you could do with the modeling, but you just didn't do it in this, you didn't have, for whatever reason, you didn't do it in this case.
No, not for whatever reason. It was done.
Yeah,
it was very intentionally to say that is a whole separate study that, could involve another, several days here if we want to do a new loss of load study.
Okay. So
All right, Mr. Rouse, we're going to pause for our lunch break. We'll be in recess until 1:45. Let's go off the record, please. All right. Mr. Rouse, still with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kraus, excuse me. Madam Chair, I have one quick housekeeping matter. If I ask Mr. Kraus permission, he says, okay, if I interrupt, I hope this is okay. I've been informed that I inadvertently failed to move my exhibits into the record at the conclusion of my cross-examination. If the commission believes that this is a good time, I can do it later, but I didn't want to miss my opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. So are you making a motion then?
I'm making a motion to move NC Warren modeling panel cross-examination exhibits 1 through 10 into the record.
No objection.
All right. There being no objection to your motion, it will be allowed. And just for clarification, we can take, you can move the evidence in until we adjourn, and typically we'll wait to move in exhibits until the conclusion of the panel. But we did it a little bit differently with the previous two parties, so no harm. But to the extent that anyone else forgets, I'll call for motions at the completion of the examination period for this panel.
Thank you. One housekeeping
ahead. Go
just logistical housekeeping matter. We have our next panel, the Carolinas Utility System Operations panel here. From a logistical standpoint, we've got a number of folks waiting in the wings and trying to figure out when to be here. So just curious how much additional time Mr. Rouse estimates that he might have, and then just planning for the rest of the day.
I'm about half through.
Okay.
All right, so we've got Mr. Rouse, and then we've got Sace. Okay,
And I believe I've estimated about 30 minutes.
and you'll stick to,
correct.
and 30 is a fair estimate.
I will endeavor to get through, but of course it depends upon how fulsome the witnesses' answers are.
Okay, all right. Tech customers, you're indicated for 60, is that accurate?
45.
Okay, all right. Walmart,
I still anticipate 15. I'd like to be the W in this list. So
Okay.
We've got like cleanup.
okay, and then you will not be cleanup because Person County will be cleanup. Person County, you have how much time?
This panel,
Okay, all right. And then we've got public staff for 30.
It'll be out there.
Okay, so that'll take us to 5, I assume, if not beyond. Right, and then there's some commission questions. So,
Understood.
tomorrow we will be on the record at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Just given that there's a small potential we need to flip one of our panels due to availability, we'll evaluate that at the end of the day where we're at, and then give a
Okay.
heads up if that's
And keep us
okay.
posted.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Trank, would you mind just, for notice purposes, telling us which panels you might be flipping?
The only one we'd have to flip is Grid Edge, go earlier in the sequence due to witness availability. Not saying that's happening. We'll maybe revisit that then today, if that's okay with you, Chair Mitchell.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will resume. Mr. Rouse, go ahead.
Thank you. I didn't think I was going to have to deal with unit commitment discussions today. So I just wanted to follow up on our discussion right at the end. And is it fair to say, let me try to summarize the issue with the whole issue of unit commitment constraining what thermal generators do? Is it fair to say that it leads to curtailment of renewables as a problem?
I could maybe answer and then let Mr. McMurray fill in, but unit commitment's not just thermal, it's how you commit a battery, whether you choose to charge or discharge at a, you're looking at forward, do I turn a unit on, do I turn it off? What are its capabilities for ramp and ancillaries? So it's beyond just ramp, it's ancillaries, your ability to move up and down to follow intermittent load. But yes, so your question is, does unit commitment lead to curtailable of renewables?
Yes.
And I think it potentially could, but I wouldn't say that I wouldn't know if it systemically does that. I don't know.
I mean, I think it would depend on where throughout the planning, throughout the planning horizon would be. I mean, but it could.
Okay.
But early in the 20s, generally, we don't see curtailment of much of any resource.
Right, but what is it then about unit commitment? And bear with me, if I have a renewable resource and it's offsetting fossil fuels or some other dispatchable resource and lowering cost, what is it about the unit commitment setting that causes the renewable to look less advantageous if it's not resulting in curtailment?
This was not about renewables. The reason to get a portfolio that you can, I think, use for planning purpose, for regulatory purposes. I mean, with the commitment, it's system-wide. I mean, it's not that you're pulling out one resource, exactly what happens to solar of a no commit. It can start up a 1,200 megawatt coal unit in instantly with no commit. It can shut it down instantly with no commit. It can, it's really not just solar, it's all units, that's applicable to that. And it impacts the expansion plan that is selected by Encompass. Whether it does more or less solar, I'm not going to speculate on what that might do, but I just know that the plans that we got out, resources would appear when they were not needed. We would take them out, make no other change to the overall plan, and it would be less expensive. And so when that's happening in every jurisdiction, this was happening in a RTO, it was happening in Florida, it was happening in the Carolinas. And we went back to Anchor and said, we need some, suggestions of what to try. And he says, I would try partial commit, where partial units could meet the operability requirements of the system when units are selected. And when we did that, the resource plans, you were not overbuilding, you were not selecting resources when they were not needed, and it was just a plan that we thought we could use to take to the next step, production costs, and see what's the best solution is for the.
So is what you're saying then that if you have more accurate unit commitment,
Have any.
if you have any,
Yes.
which is more accurate than none, then it is a more accurate modeling of the system.
That's correct.
Okay. But you're not saying that it penalizes renewables per se in terms of forcing them to be curtailed, correct?
I'm not going to answer yes or no to that, because I don't know the answer right now. I would have to defer to some of the, experts, some of the
Right.
knowledge within my group of what happens with that.
Okay. So, well, let me just ask you another hypothetical, and is that a vision, imagine in the future where we have hundreds of gigawatts or tens of gigawatts on the Duke system of battery storage. Is unit commitment less of an, obviously batteries have to be committed, but my understanding of, let me ask you this, is it your understanding that batteries are more easily committed and more easily engaged than thermal generators?
Yeah, I would say they can be ramped faster, they can be brought on much faster and turned off. The issue we're going to have to deal with as an industry with batteries is they are energy limited, right? So these models today have what we call perfect foresight. You'll hear more of that in the years to come, I'm sure, but it means what's happening in the next 6 hours. So if you have a battery that can run 2 hours, the model's going to put it exactly where it needs to go, that battery. In real life, if that front moves through a little more, a little less slow, or clouds come in a little before or after, you don't have the luck, that battery is now out, right? And so running it another hour, if you had a 2-hour battery, it doesn't go to 3. So dealing with this perfect foresight is one of the issues where when we look at batteries and the need to enhance our modeling, the industry as a whole with energy limited resources are saying we need to enhance our modeling techniques around this perfect foresight where that limited energy resource, if you're wrong by just a little bit, once you're out and you need to recharge it. And so that's one of the things that unit commitment will commit it, but it commits it assuming that that's going to happen with actuality. And so the industry is evolving. These modeling techniques are improving, and it doesn't mean, again, I think batteries are going to play an important role in the Carolinas. Don't disagree with you, Mr. Rouse, but the modeling techniques that were employed by the Synapse team you recommended did not have unit commit on at all, and that is a less accurate, as Mr. McMurray stated, a less accurate modeling method than turning commit on. It does not optimize well on the resources.
Okay, okay.
Right.
Okay. So let's turn to the gas again and talk about its role as we get towards 2050. From your, you don't need to look at the exhibit, but Chapter 3 portfolios, page 8, and the other portfolio documents show a 2050 situation where, and I had to read off the chart, but it looks, because I didn't have the numbers, but it looked to me like 4 or 5% gas by the time we get to 2050, that's hydrogen is 4 or 5% of energy production at that point in time. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think.
Depending on the scenario or the portfolio.
We're looking at figure 3.6 from chapter 3 of the carbon plan. It appears that about 5% of the energy mix in 2050 is from hydrogen.
Okay. And the reason you have this much hydrogen, as we said, is a reliability question. The system has to be reliable with resources that are like the CTs or combustion or gas units that we have today. Is that correct?
I'll let Mr. McMurray also add in here, but the carbon plan has identified that a limited number of dispatchable resources in 2050 can significantly reduce the cost of the system. These resources are not just for reliability, they're also lower cost options that can be used for reliability to maintain the reliability of the system long run through compliance through 2050.
And and just a hypothetical, if we had unlimited storage, infinite storage, then we could build a system that didn't use any of the gas or nuclear. We could just build solar and wind out, and it would just become an energy problem. And
Assuming
if we had, it would be lovely, I suppose, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
Again, hypotheticals, yeah, hydrogen is in and of itself is most people refer to it as a storage technology. If that storage technology or another storage technology comes in at the right cost, can be sited, utilized on the grid, yes, storage of all forms, pumped hydro, chemical battery, hydrogen will have a significant role in the future to move renewable energy into the hours it's most needed.
Okay, and you're mentioning hydrogen, but other forms of storage as well, like other forms of
Hydrogen, pumped, compressed air, chemical batteries, new chemistries that are on the horizon.
Right.
They all could potentially have a role for sure.
And you are, would you say you're viewing in the modeling that, because you're talking about a market for hydrogen, and so you're talking about spending a certain amount of money to buy hydrogen to run, and I assume you're talking about green hydrogen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And green hydrogen is one that uses the process of electrolysis, converting water into its constituent elements of hydrogen and oxygen.
Clean hydrogen is hydrogen that's produced via a carbon-free resource. So that could be nuclear, that could be renewables, that could be wind. Most typically, it's through electrolysis, which uses electricity. So it need these other sources to produce the electricity, to run the electrolysis, to create the clean hydrogen.
So looking forward to this hydrogen economy, from what you understand about hydrogen, do you think that this is going to be a resource that's produced in the Carolinas or produced elsewhere and imported?
That's something for the market to figure out going forward. I mean, I think there's a lot of discussion now at the federal level in the IIJA as to
Right.
where are we going to establish these hydrogen hubs. And I know the Carolinas, there's a consortium of end
Okay.
users and producers, and I think Duke participates in it. I'm not personally on that team, but it's working on a consortium to say, potentially maybe the Carolinas region should be that hydrogen hub, and potentially get some of the IIJA funds to kickstart that. But it may be piped, it may be developed locally, it may be a combination of both. It's my understanding that is, all potential options as
So-
you move over the next few decades.
So it's one or the other?
No.
Or it's one or the other or a mix?
It could be both, right?
Okay, or a combination. So if it's from somewhere else, like outside of the state, how's it going to get here?
I'll ask Mr. Quinto. He pulled it up and has the exact site. But in Appendix E, we addressed some of the very questions that you're asking. We don't, the pipeline that really does not exist now to transfer hydrogen long distances. So we thought it was pretty interesting when we were developing our plan that we had excess energy, either from nuclear or from renewables during certain parts of the month, every month, and more months more than others. So we did a calculation using that excess energy to say, what if we can make hydrogen with that through electrolysis? And when we did that, I mean, that was kind of part of the rationale for why we said in 2035 or 2040, we could start having a small percentage of our hydrogen, blended with our natural gas. And then by 47, we could convert to hydrogen, is we had enough excess energy with the resource plan that we brought forth, which is, we don't know what the plan will be in 2040. This is a plan with known technologies today, but it looks like there was enough hydrogen that could be produced to meet the generation requirements of what we have in 2050.
So I'll address this to you, Mr. McMurray. You envisioned a use of that excess energy from nuclear and from renewables, and there's no excess energy from fossil fuels because it costs to run the plants, right?
Well,
The excess energy comes from carbon-free, zero or low marginal cost resources.
Fossil plants can ramp. They can cycle up and down. The renewables, unless you cut it off, or you can ramp it too, but that's carbon-free energy. That's not being used, to get to a zero carbon.
But you, and so I guess a corollary question is when you ran you didn't include that in your Encompass modeling. So I assume you didn't give a value to that energy that was curtailed, even though it might possibly be used for hydrogen.
This would be energy that to meet the system needs. So this was as a system needs. I mean, the system is a much different system in the 40s. We have a lot of nuclear and we have a lot of renewables they would curtail. We saw we kind of did an either or. We would either let nuclear curtail or you let renewables curtail. And then you could determine how many megawatt hours of curtailment you had or how much energy would be available to make hydrogen. And there's periods of time where you have more energy being produced than what the system needs.
Right.
And maybe, Bobby, if I could
Just compared to today, we have more gas generation. They can turn off, they can turn on. You can have a fuel savings associated with it.
Right. And if you could store it, that would be great, but you could produce hydrogen that's a form of storage.
Well, when you said infinite amount of storage, if you could store, I don't know how many batteries that would require, but that would be, I can about assure you that would not be cost effective.
No, I don't think so.
Chair Mitchell, if I may, we're getting pretty far afield from the modeling panel's pretty extensive testimony. So I just want to make sure we're progressing through the line of questioning and to the extent we can continue to move this forward efficiently, that would be helpful.
Your Honor, I mean, the role of hydrogen in the future energy system is very fundamental to some of the inputs for the value of the gas. And so I think it's very germane that we understand the role of hydrogen and some of the issues that might occur from the use of hydrogen.
All right, Mr. Rouse, let's do your best to limit your testimony to limit your questions
Okay.
to the testimony the gentlemen have provided in this proceeding. And remember to stick to questions, please.
Okay. Did you consider in your modeling treating hydrogen the way that you treat batteries, given that hydrogen is a form of storage? In other words, where you calculate and you generate the energy required to power the electrolyzers that then provide the hydrogen that then can be burned back into those same combustion turbines that have been converted to gas, or you treated it differently. Is that how I understand it?
We treated hydrogen in the carbon plan as a fuel available as a market fuel. We did not do it's called power to gas, where you model the production of hydrogen as a storage. You have to specify all sorts of inputs that weren't within the scope at this time, to look at how much does the electrolyzers cost, what's the storage. For the simplicity of the modeling, we modeled a hydrogen market that was produced and cost at the cost to produce green hydrogen.
Correct, okay. But the fact of the matter is it not that hydrogen has to have some electricity to power the electrolyzers in order to provide the hydrogen, and that power, where will it come from if the hydrogen is shipped into the state of North Carolina from somewhere else?
So this is, I think what Mr. McMurray said we did with the test is you're economically selecting to meet your carbon reduction a lot of renewables, a lot of nuclear. When you're in that worldview, you have a lot of hours, you have excess green energy that get curtailed. There is enough of the calculation Mr. McMurray was talking about was that those resources that were already paid for to produce the carbon that you need when they're not curtailed have excess curtailment. There's enough excess curtailed energy that's already economically justified from the periods when they're not to produce enough carbon to get you to your 5%, right? Your hydrogen, excuse me, to get to the 5% hydrogen that we had in the plan. And so you point out the 5%. I think we've been over this a few times. It's 5% hydrogen. It could be in our alternate portfolios with public staff and other interveners. It could be offset markets. And if neither of those come to fruition, offsets or hydrogen, that 5% would need to be served by something else. I think we can all stipulate to that.
Correct. But nevertheless, it is true that if the hydrogen is produced in North Carolina, that most likely the power is going to come from the Duke system.
It would come from the Duke renewables and small modular reactors and nuclear that were added that would otherwise have just been curtailed. So it is no cost energy because those resources were economically justified knowing that there was a curtailment, and for the non-curtailed portion, you still built it. Now you have an ability, rather than a chemical battery, you can put that energy into production of hydrogen, which can be stored for much longer periods than a chemical battery.
So can I just ask the assumption that you're making here, or ask if you have thought about this assumption, which is that electrolyzers, your assumption seems to be that electrolyzers are inexpensive enough that they can be allowed to cycle and that they don't need to run 24/7, 365 days of the year to be economically viable. Is that your assumption that you're making here?
The price of clean hydrogen that we assumed does account for the capital price of the electrolyzer. So for that aspect of the cost of the hydrogen that's assumed in the selection of the CCs and CTs on a long run basis is factored into the modeling.
And so following up on that, did you in that calculation, use a capacity factor for the electrolyzer?
I don't know what capacity factor was used at.
The electrolyzer ran when you had excess energy. So, I mean, the beauty behind, I thought was beauty, but the reason I thought this was pretty interesting is that the electrolyzers could be sited at the generation source. So it's just a way to say that, if transporting hydrogen is 30 years away or 28 years away, transporting hydrogen is not viable. We could produce that fuel for RCTs or CCs, with excess energy produced on the system. I don't know. I mean, that was what we documented in Appendix C of the.
Okay. It sounds almost like perfect storage. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't.
No. Okay. So strike that question. Is it not true that there's an efficiency loss when electricity is used to produce the hydrogen?
As we discussed yesterday, when this issue was brought up with hydrogen, I think the efficiency gains for the electrolyzer it's currently like 70%, and they're projecting over the next 10 years for it to get to 90% efficient. That was part of the basis for the $1.5 per kilogram that we use as a basis for our hydrogen price. What we used.
And with the once it's in the form of hydrogen, then there's also an efficiency lost when it's converted back into electricity. So is it not true that you go and you have an efficiency loss in converting it to hydrogen, and then an efficiency loss when you go from hydrogen back to electricity?
Yes. I mean, but every generator has it,
Every storage technology, I think, has an efficiency.
And
chemical, air, pumped, none of them are 100% efficient. We'll agree with you.
Compared to battery technology, is that less or more efficient round trip?
Batteries are 85 to 90. If you get to 90, it's about equivalent.
That's just for the electrolyzer, it sounds like, not for the production. It can't be a.
The CTs are, and combined cycles in the 2047 timeframe, are serving a very different role than what a 4-hour, 8-hour battery is serving. These generators, when you look at their generation on an hourly basis, they might run for several days, especially the combined cycles. Right now, there's not another technology that you can store that can meet that operability to the system that a gas turbine can do. There may, like I said, there's a lot of things that could be developed over the next few years, but it's so unique. It serves about 5% when we model it, carbon to a zero. About 5% of our energy is produced, is always it's when we model it through our production costs, it'll run these units about 5% of the year. 5% of our total generation is about what it will equate to.
Okay. Okay. So do you consider the possibility, and again, I think it does depend on how much excess energy you have in the system and the things you're mentioning, that, or do you think it's likely that in some circumstances, a better solution than CTs would be, with the round trip efficiency loss of using hydrogen, would be to simply produce the electricity for the grid and produce excess electricity for the grid and store some or all of it in batteries, which would be more efficient?
Objection. Chair Mitchell, I'd ask for him to restate the question so it's more clear.
Right.
All right. Mr. Rouse, I'm going to sustain the objection. Restate your question, please, so these gentlemen know what you're asking.
have you examined the alternative versus using a CT powered by hydrogen of simply producing more electricity and instead of producing electricity to put it into hydrogen, to use that same electricity to serve the load and then to use some of that in battery format?
I would answer yes. I mean, this was economically selected. I mean, we went into how, we made a case for how hydrogen can be produced with our excess energy. So that's the case. That's what I've kind of cited a couple of times. And then we've developed a price of what hydrogen would be. In the expansion plans, economically selected a hydrogen CT versus additional storage. And it starts really earlier in the 40s. It's just kind of, we've observed, I've looked at a lot of model runs, but if you observe it, when you get about 2040, 2045, it's really starts selecting, it's once these turbines that has hydrogen, and then it'll take the cost, and it's really what I think is it's making sure that the model is selecting resources that can meet our load or the system demand in the most cost-effective manner. I mean, like I said, the infinite storage, about the number of batteries, certainly, but that was not selected economically with capacity expansion.
I will just mention the capacity expansion model had the option to select more storage and more renewables to offset the cost of this. It opted to select, especially in that last time frame, the 2040s, to continue to select CT on hydrogen fuel. So to that point, the system or the capacity expansion model had the option to select more storage and more solar to meet that need, but instead selected the hydrogen fueled CTs.
Above and beyond the 7,500 megawatts of batteries already selected. So it just becomes, if you need batteries to run, they're currently 4-hour batteries. I need them to run 2 days. I don't get one battery. I've got to do 6 per day times 2 or 3 days. So the amount of batteries becomes, it's not 1-to-1. You've got to have a tremendous amount of batteries. And we already have, a significant amount selected. So you're saying that the answer should be do more batteries above and that's what we're just here, we fundamentally say the model is selected a lot of batteries, but you need to diversify that. You can't rely totally on batteries. You diversify with hydrogen capable CCs.
And would it be fair to say that this whole discussion and your position on this depends upon the assertion that you'll have enough excess energy available in some of those shoulder months that to economically produce hydrogen, that's what gives you the price that the energy is, that you're not bringing on new capacity in order to create the hydrogen?
It's a byproduct of going through this energy transition. You have so much renewables, so much nuclear, that you will have periods of curtailment, even with the storage you have on the system. It falls out of all the model runs we've done.
Right. Okay. Try to see if I can't skip something. So let's turn to the Inflation Reduction Act and I apologize if I need to point to a specific page. So let's just go to your general understanding of this. But it's your testimony that you can't be sure what the exact impacts of the Inflation Reduction Act are because of underlying capacity constraints and that sort of thing. Or other underlying economic, other inflation that's going on in the system at the current time.
Mr. Rouse, let me hear from Duke's counsel.
Chair Mitchell, I'd object to the extent he's going to represent the panel's testimony. We should be pointing to a specific page line reference to the testimony if you're asking for their general position on, if the
Inflation
council was
Reduction Act.
asking for their general position or perspective beyond their testimony, that's a different question. So
All right, Mr., I'll sustain your objection. Mr. Rouse, can you point these gentlemen to a specific page in their testimony to which you're referring?
That's not going to be possible for me to do it in the right here, right now. I certainly could. So we can just skip over that.
Okay.
Let me just ask you about a couple of the provisions of the act and what your thought is. There's a methane fee in the act. Do you believe that that will increase the price of natural gas?
I cannot say whether it would or not. I know a lot of the gas we're procuring now, we seek to procure, working through the industry on a methane reduction. So how much methane is upstream and how this would impact it depends on, several factors, but it potentially could, but there's a big push in that industry to reduce methane emissions. And if those are successful, it may be a very de minimis fee.
Do you understand that those increases in those efforts by the industry will in fact increase the cost of producing natural gas, which could lead to price increases?
I would assume those are baked into the forward curves. Everybody knows those efforts are underway and the market's a pretty sophisticated market. So when you look at the price of 2026, 2027 gas you're buying, if there was a systemic underlying reason to believe it was going to be more expensive, there would be a free trading arbitrage there, and you could get really rich just buying gas today and then counting on it being more expensive in the future.
And what's your perspective on the impact of the Inflation Reduction Act on the cost of solar and wind in terms of what you would be facing?
Yeah, it's definitely favorable. We've said that. We think it's, going to be really good for customers. Those savings will go directly through to customers. It's moved the ITC from 10 back to 30% for a 10-year window, is my understanding. As Witness Bowman pointed out, it's a several hundred-page act. It's going to have private letter rulings. There's lots of nuances still be determined. There's lots of caveats to where you place it, wages, et cetera, domestic content. But it's going to be beneficial. And it's a 10-year window right now. Generally, as I understand it, for projects that begin construction pre-2032 will be able to bump up their ITC, or in the case of batteries that weren't eligible now are eligible for an ITC, and for solar they've added a PTC option. They've also eliminated normalization for utility for solar. So there's several aspects to it for this next decade. Right now, it's a decade-long piece of legislation that we think are going to be beneficial but it is called the Inflation Reduction Act. And there is also inflation, which is what you were alluding to earlier without the page reference, that has occurred since we filed the carbon plan. And so you have inflationary pressures that have increased the cost of batteries, the cost of solar panels, the cost of wind, the cost of gas turbines. Everything has gone up with inflation. That's 101. And this will help to offset that. So my only point was that it's not that it's not beneficial, it's the net impact. Again, taking that holistic view, you can't look at the Inflation Reduction Act in isolation and apply it to the model inputs. You have to say, where's the market now for everything subject to inflation, supply chain constraints, tariffs, international tariffs that are still in existence, and how has that increased prices? And then how much will this Inflation Reduction Act help to bring them back down over the next decade? And so the big mistake would be to say you simply plug in the IRA into the model without also accounting for the impacts that inflation have had over the last year and may have going into the future. It used to be transitory and then it's somewhat persistent. Is it systemic for the next few years? All that's going to work itself out over time. But that's all I was saying, Mr. Rouse, is you have to net those two against each other. And we'll cover that in rebuttal I think we've alluded to the fact we've done some sensitivity analysis on that, and we're gonna have a robust discussion on that, I'm sure, in rebuttal. So I'm gonna try and limit my comments to that for right now.
The IRA, though, won't reduce the inflation related to natural gas. Is that correct?
No, it will not provide a CapEx benefit to the capital cost. Couple points, though. It does have a lot of investment dollars for hydrogen, which we just had this big debate over that being real or not. And so clearly, when we modeled P5 and 6, we took hydrogen 100% out. And again, it's not an all or nothing, but to say zero hydrogen was a pretty big stretch to say zero hydrogen when you have an IRA that's very pro-hydrogen. And so, no, it doesn't impact the CapEx of the capital costs, but also the capital costs are not as dependent upon foreign import of lithium ion, for example. So I don't have CT supply chain constraints from the mining of lithium ion in Eastern Asia. So they all have to be, again, this has to be looked at holistically, not one by one. But yes, I will agree with you that the IRA does not give a tax benefit for the capital construction of a gas plant.
And with a little bit off script here, so excuse me. When you were speaking about the inflation as related to gas in the earlier testimony with Mr. Quinn, you talked about the forward curve, and I think you just mentioned it now. You talked about the forward curve related to a futures market where actually the market is telling us that the current inflation in gas is fleeting, is not a permanent thing. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. I think public staff acknowledges that as well.
All right. There's not a forward market, is there, to tell you whether the current inflation in batteries or solar equipment or wind equipment is fleeting or not? Is there?
No, there's actually quite a bit of divergence in that. I think we point out in our testimony that certain interveners, actually people developing solar plants in this, say that it may be more persistent. Their solar costs are higher than ours in the plan. Not to say that we still wouldn't select solar, they selected in theirs, but their solar costs are higher and they're higher longer, and they point to a potential risk that they could go up. The study you're referencing starts with a much lower solar cost. It's a study, so it's not sort of supported by people that actually develop projects. It's based on study, and it's lower, and it projects it to go down. So we're in the middle, right? So we're lower than CPSA, we're higher than Synapse, and we're sort of Goldilocks on the solar, let's say. But so there's uncertainty in the industry, and participants in the industry certainly do see that there's a range of potential inflationary impacts.
Yeah, but you would agree that overall, net, the IRA helps the comparison of renewables relative to gas in the forecast?
Yeah, on a CapEx to CapEx basis, it will, the IRA itself does. If inflation for the two resources are equivalent, then it would net. But if batteries went up 40% and CTs went up 20, and I gave a 20% benefit to the IRA for batteries, but not for CTs, net, I might be in the same place.
Right. So I'd like to one last question on the IRA. What do you think the IRA will do for electrification?
Oh, I think, there is lots of incentives for EVs, for efficient heat pumps. There's a lot of benefits in the IRA that will provide benefits for electrification. The effect it'll have, I'm sure we're going to get a lot of economists that have varying opinions on that. Part of it's going to be the industry's ability to supply. As we all know, electric vehicles have a long lead time. I currently got on the waiting list for a Lightning and was told it could be 3 years before I could get an electric truck. And that's before the IRA. So now more people want electric trucks. And so how long is it going to take everyone to get it? And what's that going to do? What's that demand going to do to the price of batteries? So the IRA will help from the incentive side, but it's also going to push on the demand side of the equation. And when you have a huge demand and limited supply, Economics 101 says prices will go up on that, and then they'll get offset through the tax reduction or the tax rebate. But you have a big demand push for electrification.
And are you familiar with the impact on electrification that a full decarbonization of the U.S. economy would have? Have you looked at that in your 2050 scenario?
There's a lot of discussion on or in the industry on the pace that will happen and how that might impact the load forecast. So yes, we understand that there is electrification. It will, as it becomes more known and apparent, we bake electric vehicles in now. As I said, you get appliance saturations changing from gas to electric, particularly in industrial processes and heating and cooling. There are a variety of opinions as to the pace at which that total sector will be able to be electrified, but it will have an upward pressure on demand.
An upward pressure on demand is what you're saying.
And
electric demand.
Electric
Okay.
demand.
So I'm going to return just to end my testimony to, or to my cross, to this whole issue of, I think it was related to gas, and we talked about what the future system would look like and what options there are for ensuring reliability. And as I recall, is it true basically in the modeling that you ensure reliability through 3 mechanisms? Combustion turbines using gas or hydrogen, batteries, and pumped hydro?
No.
Okay,
That's not
what
correct.
other options are there?
Wind has some positive ELCC benefits as well. So we give the equivalent capacity value of wind. There's a small amount, it's single-digit percentage, but we give a small amount of equivalent capacity value to solar in that. We have SMRs that and existing nuclear plus new SMRs that will provide reliability. You have battery storage, pump storage that will provide, and you have gas units that can be converted to hydrogen, or as we said, if the marketplace 20 or 30 years from now is not evolved enough in hydrogen or other storage technologies, you may have an offset market develop where you're, again, we showed that graph many times of the declining. You have that limited amount of fossil burn that's really de minimis in the grand scheme of things, that is just there as a reliability. And then you have an active offset market that could evolve if other technologies are deemed too expensive relative to the ability to offset the carbon through future offset markets. And that's going to evolve over the next couple of decades. So we don't know which path. Nobody knows which path and the industry may go 2 to 3 decades from now, but we've shown the impacts of both.
Would you say that your modeling and that one of the options, let's just say one of the options to resolving the reliability issue is in fact to build more wind and solar?
Again, that would be dependent upon, there's a lot of wind and solar in our plan, right? And so the more you add, as I'm sure you're aware, the more you add of a given resource, the less it's worth, right? So the first tranche of solar helped us avoid summer capacity. It had more value than that next tranche from a capacity. Now, future solar is a carbon-free energy, but has virtually no reliability assistance without storage, right? Because our peak demand needs are no longer when the sun is shining, it's in other hours. And then there's going to be energy efficiency needs as well. So we have a lot of wind and solar in our plan. They have a declining value like any other resource. CTCCs have declining value. And so that's the beauty of having a diversified resource mix is as one starts to decline and get to a point of, very diminished returns, you have other resources to fill in. So can you keep going after diminishing returns to infinity? Yes, Mr. Rouse, you could.
And, oh, I'm sorry.
I'll add to that. The commission may want to look at chapter 3, page 23. The question of continuing to add renewable resources to the system. You can see here, this is a figure, and I'll allow the commission to turn to that page. But what's being represented here is a net load shape net of solar. So as we continue to add renewable resources that typically show up during the same time of the day, I'm sorry, chapter 3, page 23, figure 3-14. As you continue to add these resources, you're going to need flexible resources, which I think Mr. Rouse was pointing to in batteries, pump storage, or potentially CTs. Now, CTs have the unique ability to be able to run for short durations of time to help you with higher penetrations of renewables to meet these steep ramps as we get to higher penetrations of renewables, but they also have the capability of running those long durations as needed in extreme weather events. So that's one of the many benefits on a reliability side to a dispatchable resource to a energy limited resource. And I think this figure here presents the challenge that we're going to see with more and more renewables on the system and moving energy throughout time.
Although just a corollary to that, if you had enough renewables on the system, your problem is really simply how much to curtail to serve the load. Is that correct? For many of those hours.
Certainly, you're paying the same capital price for less utilization of those resources.
But if it's cheap enough, then that still might be an alternative that would be selected. Is that correct?
And the model has the option to do that. It can continue to select resources and choose to curtail them. But as cost effectiveness goes down, as Mr. Schneider said, the more you add to the system, the less valuable they are to the system. And that's why solar isn't selected every year throughout the planning horizon. More and more is added to the system. It's less cost effective.
In your testimony earlier, you were talking about the wind energy. I mean, the fact that you might have an energy deficit in some years and that was a problem, or in some months, and that was a problem. Is an energy deficit as opposed to a capacity deficit. And would building more wind, and particularly wood building more wind, especially in the winter, which I think you had, is where we see those energy deficits. Would that be something that you could do and add more wind to the mix versus solar?
Could you refer to the page? Do you have?
I don't have that. I'm just referring back to.
I think this is addressed in rebuttal because of some of the energy deficits that we saw in the late 40s. We continue to investigate that, and in P5 and in P6, we found that there were some outage-related issues, a bug in the model, but we worked with Encompass and we fixed that. So that's addressed in rebuttal, but I just wanted to make sure that we didn't like to have periods when energy wasn't served. So.
In terms of addressing this reliability, though, isn't one of the big problems not so much the reliability of as we go further on, not so much the reliability of the units themselves, but the intermittency of the load that they're having to serve?
No, it's the intermittency of the resource, right?
The intermittency of the resource.
Yeah.
And with both the intermittency of the resource and the variability of the load, but yes, the intermittency of the resource.
Yeah, and theoretically, you could add an infinite amount of renewables, and yes, you would be reliable. The question is, how much is that even closer, reasonably economic? And we're saying it's not. You need storage, and then even with storage, you need long duration storage, and then even with long duration storage, you need multi-day storage. So storage has diminishing returns, wind has diminishing returns, solar. If there was an infinite amount for free, at night when the moon's out, I get a 0.5% or something out of my solar. I mean, I could build infinite solar and serve my nighttime hours. I mean, I'm not trying to be too ludicrous here, but
Right.
where do you stop, right? There isn't, you're balancing economics and reliability and affordability. And, you know, yes, I will agree with you, Mr. Rouse, at an infinite level, you could have a reliable. We've done the modeling to say what we believe the appropriate mix is.
Okay. Another option.
All right, Mr. Rouse, we are about an hour beyond your projected 30 minutes of cross-examination time for the panel.
And I'm
So-
almost finished.
All right, I'll extend you a few more minutes
Yeah, that'll be fine.
to wrap up your cross-examination of this panel so that we can keep moving today. Thank you.
Okay, so I found one thing interesting in the in your testimony on page 73 of your testimony. You're talking about a scenario that you did.
Wait just a second.
Okay, I'm there.
Yeah, sensitivity that you did where you looked at lower amounts of energy efficiency programs. Is that
Yes,
okay? And that affected the results more in the summer than in the winter. Or let's see. That the lower efficiency. Okay, I'm going to skip that question because I'm not making sense of it myself. I think that ends my testimony or my cross-examination.
All right, next up, Stace.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Goodwin Thompson, representing Natural Resources Defense Council, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, and the Sierra Club, collectively known as SACE et al. I'm going to pick up with, see if you remember, just before the lunch recess, some questions from Mr. Rouse about the SERVM analysis of intervenor portfolios. Do you all recall that?
yes,
And you recall, from your testimony, and you recall that the Synapse optimized portfolio showed a capacity shortfall in 2035 when you ran it through your SERVM model, did it not?
correct.
And you'll recall yesterday, I believe you all were here in the hearing room yesterday when Ms. Bowman was testifying, were you not?
We were.
And you recall that Ms. Bowman testified yesterday that Duke's focus in this proceeding is really on the near-term action plan, and that Duke is not asking the commission to approve any of its proposed portfolios that it's put forward at this time, correct?
I do.
Okay. And you've also mentioned several times, I believe, the check and adjust concept and the approach that Duke is taking. Do you recall that?
I do.
And would you agree that the carbon plan is an iterative, or the carbon planning process is an iterative process? So there will be a new plan in 2024, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you've even alluded to or implied that the company will be doing some IRA-related modeling in 2023 for purposes of carbon planning. Is that right?
Yes.
So here we are in 2022, and if there's a projected capacity shortfall in any portfolio that is before the commission at this time, there will be time to check and adjust in one of these future carbon plan proceedings, will there not?
Yes, I think there will be time to check and adjust, but you may be adding that what you invest in today contributes to reliability in the future, right? And so if there's a more optimal reliability mix today, you would have to add additional resources beyond maybe what was optimal in that check and adjust. So I believe you know, you have to consider what your investments in your near-term action plan does to fundamentally support reliability, and then whether you believe those are adequate or will you have to check and adjust? But if you find yourself being short reliability, yes, you would check and adjust and build more resources.
Okay, that's right. And then we'll talk a little bit about that whole process and the what goes into selecting the resource mix. So I'm going to shift gears and ask you some questions, Mr. Quinto. You provided direction and support for IRP and carbon plan modeling in your current position. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you did not actually perform the modeling for Duke's proposed portfolios in this docket, but you were involved in overseeing it.
Yes, with the direction of Glenn, who's the director of the group. I also previously ran production cost and capacity expansion models in a previous role.
So you have experience running production cost and capacity expansion models prior to Duke starting to use Encompass?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, but now the proposal filed on May 16th was the first time or the first plan that Duke has filed with this commission that it used Encompass to develop, correct?
That's correct. This is our first filing using Encompass. Is that what your
That's what
question?
I was trying to say.
Yes.
Thank you. And Duke is, I think we went over this just a minute ago, but just to clarify or to confirm, Duke is requesting that the commission approve its proposed portfolios as reasonable for planning purposes and to also to approve a set of near-term actions based on those portfolios, right?
Right.
Now, you mentioned some technical issues in your testimony that interveners encountered in working with the Encompass files that Duke produced to interveners. Do you recall that?
That is in our testimony, yes.
And you mentioned that an update to a different version of Encompass that you used for modeling the supplemental portfolios addressed some of those issues.
That's correct.
Modeling of the supplemental portfolios was done after the parties, the interveners and other parties filed their initial comments and reports in mid-July, right?
I believe that's the correct timeline, yes.
So it was done between mid-July and August 19th when you all filed your direct testimony.
That sounds correct.
Now, going back to May, June timeframe, no intervening party with an Encompass license was able to take the Encompass input files that Duke provided to interveners on May 16th and produce the same outputs that Duke's modeling produced. Isn't that right?
That's correct, and I'll defer to Mr. McMurray. I think if you're coming down a line of questioning, dealing with the passing of model inputs and assumptions.
Okay, that's fine. So Mr. McMurray, I'll direct my next question to you. So when the parties, interveners and other non-Duke parties first attempted to run the input files provided by Duke, the Encompass software would not complete the model runs at all and produce an error message. Isn't that right?
I don't know that it produced an error message. It might not have matched the model outputs that was also provided that supported P1 through 4. When this was brought to our attention, we scheduled a meeting and we shared with all of the everybody that's had a technical 30-minute meeting or an hour meeting with everyone that showed what you would need to do to the inputs provided to match our outputs of P1 through 4. To provide just a little bit of context of this is running up to the filing of the IRP, we found a bug in the model of which it underestimated the cost of wind, solar, and batteries. Only in the selection of those resources. So all of our economics after that was deemed correct. When this was found, we found a workaround to shift some of the costs to a different, in working in conjunction with Anchor Power. And we found we made like this is not unparalleled. We sometimes find minor issues in a lot of filing. So we'll make the correction. We will run the model to see if it had a measurable impact to our plans. We did that. It did not have a measurable impact. I know we responded to a data request with that, which we showed the exact change in on P1 through 4 when we included the right the right capital costs for those technologies. So when we filed our plan, we filed our model with that correction already in it. And within, and it brought to us so that if they ran their model, when they intervened or people that wanted to use our input data, when they ran it, it would have the correct data in there and provide you results that would, with the right cost. That the plan was developed with the right cost. I'll just pause too, as we've been very forthcoming through this whole process, through the stakeholder process, multiple technical meetings with with inputs that we were providing in our model. We had a pre-meeting to show the people that was going to had the ability to run our models, how to have access to the data mart, I think it was called, and how to log on to the mart to select that data. After we filed, we had another meeting with everybody that was wanting to run these models, and showed them exactly how to get into the site and run the model. After that, it was like you brought up, it was like people were not able to match our outputs. And we responded by having another meeting with the folks, and we showed them how to take that. It was a pretty easy change. It was one change in the model, and then they would have the exact data set that they can match P1 through 4. But if you're going to make subsequent models, you needed to add that data back. Might have been more words than I meant, but there's a story.
And you have anticipated with your narrative, you've anticipated a few of my questions, but let me back up just a little bit. So before Duke produced the Encompass modeling files to interveners around in mid-May, I think it was May 16th, you didn't conduct any kind of test runs on those input files, running them through the model before producing them to the public staff and interveners to make sure the input files were going to produce the same outputs that your own modeling produced.
What was provided? No, we did not take that step.
Okay, and then even after you addressed some of the technical issues with the Encompass files through the meetings that you just described and other communications back and forth, you're aware that parties using Encompass still were not able to use the inputs provided by Duke to replicate the same outputs as Duke. You're aware of that, correct?
I was not aware that they could not take our inputs with the correction and make the model runs to have us. I know that a couple of runs, I mean, there was a whole lot of runs that was made to produce the P1 through 4. There was one or two runs that was made that was brought to our attention in data requests that we've looked at and pretty close, but it did not match exactly our outputs. But I have not heard that everyone, that was only like 2 data requests that we received responses like with that.
Well, I guess I'll ask if anybody else on the panel is aware that the technical issues that NCSEA and SACE's consultant Synapse encountered were also encountered by other consultants, including consultants for the tech customers. Are you aware of that? Not aware of that. Are you aware that some of these same problems were encountered by the public staff as described in some of their filings?
We were forthcoming. We produced these files. We set up a developmental server so that we could use the exact files that was put on the that we put on the data mart, and we reproduced our results, with the exception of a couple that we received data requests that was not able to be.
Okay, so it sounds like
So if there's there might have been technical issues with the model that you could work with the vendor. Duke did everything they could to provide parties so that they could take our model, perform their own model, and with the subsequent model reproduce our results.
Well, understood that the whole modeling team has worked very hard and been very forthcoming with information. But it sounds like you are not aware that no party using Encompass to perform alternative modeling was able to replicate the modeling that Duke used to develop its proposed portfolios that you're asking the commission to approve as reasonable and that form the basis of your short-term action plan.
Yeah, if I could just add, Mr. You know, it's not like an Excel spreadsheet. This is a very complex model with thousands of inputs, thousands and thousands. We have a lot of that discussion, and we did our very best. I mean, for the first, I've been doing this a long time. We posted every model input at the time of the filing. We didn't make them ask for it in discovery. We volunteered to say, we'll have all of these modeling, it had to go up to a special server. You couldn't just put it on the web. It was very data intensive. We put it out there. We held technical conferences on how to use it. There were some small differences, but there was also a lot of learning curves from the interveners. These are interveners that have not done Encompass modeling themselves a lot. They did not have the number of servers we had. So, you know, to replicate that, you know, we had a team working tirelessly using multiple servers and have dozens of years of experience. And so when you get new modelers that don't have the same resources, you can work with them tremendously to get them close, and maybe they couldn't exactly replicate our model. But part of that is they didn't have the same resources. It's not plug and play like hit go or F9. You have to be you know, these are complex mixed integer program models that, and I'm not saying there's some really good people and they tried really hard, but they didn't have the same resources. They didn't have the same server bases. And so to say it was the company's, you know, lack of transparency or our, you know, if they were unable to do it, we made every effort to help train them up. I know they worked, they told us in some of our discussion that they were working with the vendor to try and understand this model better and set up the model correctly so they could repeat them. But this is not a simple task of replicating these results the way it might sound if you thought you were just giving them an Excel spreadsheet. So Mr. Montgomery stated we had several meetings. We answered 1,500 data requests on this. We had a 110-page technical appendix to help explain our approach. And so I think we went above and beyond. If they didn't get exactly there to the last jot and tittle, I think many of them were able to get pretty close to our results.
Now, wouldn't you agree, though, that it's important to be able to validate modeling results, you know, produced by any party? And I think you all did some of that in sort of reanalyzing some of the intervener portfolios as well, correct?
Yeah, I think you need to have the ability, and I thought, as I just stated, I think well, maybe not the exact, they got very close to our results, and then they changed inputs to run their own models. And that's what we desired. We really wanted to make this not about the model, but here's the model, here's our inputs. Where do you disagree with our inputs? Let's bring that before the commission. Do you think we should, you know, some are saying lower load forecast, some higher. I think cost should be lower for renewables, higher for gas. Let's focus on that and not have it on a complex mixed integer program modeling. So we did everything in our power to make that not an issue, and I think they got close. They may not have got exact, but you can ask public staff whether or not they felt they were reasonably close to replicating our results, and also recognizing that replicating those results mean you need the same resources, the same number of servers, the same number of modelers to QA it, to check it. And so it may not all be on the company's end that they weren't able to replicate it. Some of it may be, you know, they did not have adequate resources. And again, no slam at anybody. Everybody was working hard in this case. But this isn't a one-way street to replicating results. It takes both sides.
Right. Well, you I think anticipated where I'm going with talking a little bit about some of the disagreements about inputs. And now I think we would spend another, you know, 6 hours here if we got into every single one. But in addition to updating the version of Encompass that you would use to develop the original portfolios filed with the commission on May 16th, for the supplemental portfolios, you mentioned in the testimony some other changes that you made in developing those supplemental portfolios, right?
That's correct.
But Did you or did you not separately apply those changes to portfolios 1 through 4 without the other changed inputs that went into supplemental portfolios 5 and 6?
I've had some trouble following that question. Can
You didn't
rephrase?
you didn't go back and redo portfolios 1 through 4 with some of those additional changes other than the ones that you put into the new 5 and 6?
No, and this is a very important distinction for the commission. So the supplemental portfolios that we conducted as part of the included with our testimony, the supplemental portfolio analysis at the request of the public staff, there were a number of input modeling changes, approaches to different techniques that the companies didn't necessarily agree with. We thought the inputs and assumptions that we used were reasonable and appropriate for the development of this plan. We underwent this supplemental portfolio analysis to further validate if you changed some of these inputs that interveners thought could be impactful or key to the long-term planning of the system and impactful to the near-term actions, would those changes still result in similar near-term actions as proposed by the companies? And I believe that's really what the supplemental portfolio analysis was endeavoring, not saying the portfolios that we presented in the original carbon plan were inappropriate or not accurate in some way, but this further validates the near-term actions that we presented in the carbon plan.
Now, are you saying the purpose of performing the supplemental modeling analysis for portfolios 5 and 6, the purpose of that was to validate your near-term action plan, or was the purpose to work with public staff to make some changes that they recommended and then see what the results were?
If I could take a shot at that, Mike. I think even public staff said it was to test the robustness. We have a request for relief for a near-term action plan that's outlined in Ms. Bowman's testimony. It's outlined in the executive summary. And the stresses on things like no hydrogen, on changing in gas supply were done. And even the public staff, as we discussed it, and their desire for this was to test the robustness of the need for those resources that are in that near-term action plan that we're asking this commission relief for. If I change these assumptions, take hydrogen out, change your source of gas supply, do a couple other things within the model, and then tell me, do I get substantially different results so I can know how robust your near-term action plan is? It wasn't to say that that is our preferred plan or 5 or 6, like we don't believe that zero hydrogen is something we should use as a core planning assumption, but as a reasonable test to test the robustness of your near-term action plan, we agreed to take all hydrogen out. We don't agree that relying on some access to Appalachian gas is a good core planning assumption at this moment in time. But if you wanted to test the robustness of our near-term action plan, we'll pull it out and test a different source of gas supply. And we, in our endeavors with public staff and other interveners, we did supplemental modeling to test that robustness. And what we discovered was at the outcome of that model is it did not have a material impact, even with some of these changes on our near-term action plan. And so the intent of those portfolio runs were to test those assumptions and the impact that they may have. And that is the purpose of P5 and P6.
All right, well, we'll come back to the schedule of capacity additions produced by supplemental portfolios 5 and 6 in a bit. But just continuing a little bit on the supplemental portfolio results, in the high interconnection sensitivity, the capacity expansion model selected solar up to the limit for 5 of the first 6 years solar was made available to the model, did it not?
It did.
And that showed, I believe there was some testimony to this effect yesterday, that shows that solar was an economic resource, the fact that the model selected it, right?
Well, it was an economic resource if you could achieve those interconnection constraints. Yes, we discussed that yesterday.
And if those interconnections constraints were eased, the model would likely select more solar if that limit were raised further, would it not?
If that single limit was raised further, it would have selected. We also didn't increase the interconnection costs to be able to achieve that. Even if we could figure out what that cost would be to be able to connect 1,500 in 2026 and 2027, I'm not sure we would actually be able to know that today.
Fair enough. And now, Mr. Snyder, following up on a response you gave to Mr. Snowden in some questions yesterday, you said something to the effect that you don't know where independent power producer solar projects are going to be sited, where they're going to be sited on the grid. Do you recall something to that effect?
Yeah, something to that effect.
Now, Duke could provide solar developers with more information and greater transparency to help them decide where to locate, whether on the transmission or distribution grid, to avoid congestion and provide maximum benefits. Could you-
Yeah, within limits, I think there's all sorts of SIP and NERC issues, but I think we have endeavored, and Mr. Roberts, maybe a good question for Mr. Roberts, Mr. Peeler, but we've provided sort of red zone, green zones in the past, giving indications of where congestion is higher or less. And there's a balance on how much specificity you can give in a moment's time, but we've given general guidance on that. It's my understanding. I'm not the expert, so I would maybe defer a little bit of that to Mr. Roberts, but I know we have produced some of that guidance historically.
All right, I'll follow up with Mr. Roberts, or perhaps my colleague will. Now, again, following up on another exchange from yesterday, you, in answering some questions from Mr. Burns about the way that solar plus storage was modeled and the fact that Duke had done some modeling with a fixed dispatch curve. But essentially, that was done to simplify the modeling process and shorten the run times, correct?
Fair characterization at that point in time, P1 through 4.
P1 through 4, okay. And then, well, let me ask, how much longer does it take the model to solve, if that's the right word, when you're modeling a dynamic dispatch versus the fixed dispatch curve?
It increased. I think I mentioned 3 hours before is when we included the partial commit logic. But it increased to an average runtime of about 9 hours. We did have several runs that went 24, and one finally solved at 48. It's just we just let it keep on running to see if it was ever going to solve. But it finally did. But we, like any modeling exercise you go through, you do it more than once. And that was pretty much replicated. We had a couple of runs that went extremely long, and the runtime increased by approximately a factor of 3.
Now, moving on to what you all call the, I think the portfolio verification step. After the capacity expansion modeling, the companies performed additional modeling, production cost modeling, and some other steps that you refer to as portfolio verification. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And then there was a step that you all referred to as the battery CT optimization step. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that step was done before the loss of load expectation or LOLE validation step where you used SERVM, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in that battery CT optimization step, you reran the production cost model and then based on those results, replaced 35% of the battery storage that had been economically selected by Encompass with gas combustion turbines.
Generally correct, yes.
Now, recognizing that the exact numbers are confidential, so I'm not going to ask you to say any confidential numbers, how would you characterize the difference in the present value of revenue requirements for supplemental portfolios 5 and 6 before and after the battery CT replacement step? If you know.
I mean, I don't have the information in front of me at this point, but
The CTs that the CT battery optimization step where let me take a step back and set the ground a little bit. The initial selection of resources is determined in a capacity expansion model. This is a screening model that use a simplified load shape system operations to quickly assess a wide range. And we'll go into this more depth in our rebuttal testimony.
I'm sorry, may I stop you for a moment,
Sure.
Mr. Quinto, and address to Council or Chair Mitchell, whoever would prefer to address this. I don't believe that the extensive background narrative is necessary to answer the question. Oh, this information has been filed in advance. I think everybody's familiar with the steps that were taken. So I had a pretty specific question. I don't think the extensive background is necessary to answer the question.
Do you have access to the
Yeah.
table were you
Chair.
referring to? That you could point us to?
Let me,
Oh, I'm sorry.
let me address council's question. Mr. Quinto, if you can, just respond to the question efficiently, but provide the response that you need to answer the question.
And if you don't know the answer off the top of your head, that is fine. We can move on.
And Chair Michelle, if she could repeat the question,
Oh.
please, just to make sure all records clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Recognizing that the exact numbers are confidential, how would you characterize the difference in the present value of revenue requirements for supplemental portfolios 5 and 6 before and after that battery CT replacement step?
The PVRRs of those portfolios after the CT battery optimization are less expensive when the CTs are replaced with the batteries.
I asked my question. My question was inartful. I guess what I meant to ask was, what was the delta? How would you characterize the delta in the PVR if you?
Yeah,
recall?
I don't have those figures.
I
Fair
mean,
enough.
okay. Let's leave it. I don't have the figure. But
Do you recall that there was a delta?
there was. I mean, and whatever the delta is, you needed to do the production cost step to determine what the value was, and it showed that CTs were, more cost effective to the customers from a total revenue requirement than a battery. I mean, I'd pause if it would have been slightly more. It wouldn't have been an automatic. It wouldn't have been an automatic if it was very, very close. It wouldn't have been an automatic selection of one technology versus the other. I mean, this is just part of planning. I mean, I was thinking last night, I said, I bet you I know I've either supported or been responsible for about 30 IRPs, 8 CPCNs. In normal course of planning, anytime you have similar resources, especially for one that you're looking at a specific need, you always do a comparative analysis against the two technologies in an hourly production cost model. I know we call it the CT battery change out and as a special step. That's a normal step. I mean, if this was CTs versus CCs, if this was nuclear versus combined cycle, whatever comparative technologies, if you're having to make a decision on that today, you would take that additional step in production cost model. And so you have take the example if the PVRs were closed, you could observe, and so that's just information for the commission to use and determine if the resources that it should be approved. And you can look at it from the next step or our process is rate analysis. So now you've got a 1.3 or $4 billion battery project, versus a $500 or $600 $1 million combustion turbine project. All right, PVRs are very similar. What is the rate impact to our customers? What is the reliability to the system between the two resources? So it's just a normal course of planning to go to the extra step of hourly production costs, just to inform your decision to make sure you're making the best decision for our customers.
All right, with that, Ms. Thompson, we're going to pause for our afternoon break. We will come back into the hearing room and go on the record at 3:30. So let's go off the record, please. Thompson, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. And I understand that I was not being loud enough, which is not normally a problem for me. So, but please let me know if I start to fade out. Before I get started with my questions, I would like to revisit the issue of lengthy answers. I understand that the witnesses are interested in providing a fulsome explanation of their answers, but I am doing my best given how long this panel has already been testifying and the many, many witnesses to come in this hearing, I'm doing my best to craft questions to elicit a yes or no answer. To the extent the witnesses need to elaborate or clarify in response to my questions, they will have the opportunity to do that on redirect. So I would just ask, well, I guess I'm not going to prevail upon you, Chair Mitchell, to instruct the witnesses in any certain way, but I would ask that they try to keep their answers a bit briefer.
No response. I think our witnesses are doing fine and we'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
All right. Well, I would just prevail upon everyone, witnesses and counsel, like just to be as efficient as you can with your time. Let's make every minute that we spend in this hearing room count for something. So get your questions ready to go, tighten them up. Witnesses, hang in there. You've been on the stand for a long time and we recognize that. So just do your best to answer council's questions and we'll go from there. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell, and thank you, counsel. And thank you, panelists. I know it's a long time sitting up there. All right. One more question this was actually where I was trying to go with the battery CT optimization question. I think you read a lot more into my question than was actually in there. If gas prices turn out to be higher than you assumed, or battery storage capital costs turn out to be lower, that could erase the difference, the delta that your modeling produced, or could make the portfolio with the CTs more expensive, could it not?
That's true.
Okay. Now, I'm going to skip some questions that I had. Just a few questions on coal retirements. And again, by asking a question, I'm not not implying any critique of your position. Another set of out-of-model adjustments, or a set of out-of-model adjustments that the companies made was to the coal retirement schedule that was endogenously produced by Encompass, correct?
Correct. We did not take the results straight out of Encompass.
Right. Now, you critique Synapse's estimate that changes made to the retirement dates of Belews Creek, Cliffside 5, and Marshall 1 and 2 would cost ratepayers an additional $1.4 billion. And Synapse's estimate was based on a report prepared by Sargent and Lundy for the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Do you recall that critique?
Yes.
Now, and I recognizing that number does not factor in the cost of replacement resources. You say that based on the company's estimates, the ongoing capital expenses and fixed O&M costs associated with delaying retirement of those units are more like $0.4 billion. Does that sound right?
That sounds correct, subject to check.
And does that estimate factor in the cost of any replacement resources?
No, it does not.
Okay, so we're apples to apples. So 0.4 billion is still $400 million, correct? I hope that's right.
That's correct.
And that's $400 million that would be borne by ratepayers, correct?
No, because you've quickly glossed over, you have to replace the generation. So if it costs me $2 billion to replace the generation and accelerated costs and $400 million, then it's 1.6 better. So I just don't want to lose the glossing over. So
Fair enough. So it's a gross number.
it's one side of the ledger. It's one side of the ledger. So the 400 million is, yes, about 400 million of saved costs by acceleration, not recognizing the fact that you would have to accelerate the replacement generation.
Fair enough. All right, moving on. And I believe this is mostly Mr. Snyder, but I'd like to touch on some of the critiques of some of the assumptions made by consultants for interveners as outcome oriented. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, in yesterday, in his conversation with Mr. Burns, in Mr. Burns, in a conversation with Ms. Bowman, talked about the company's obligation to create value for shareholders. Do you recall that?
I do recall.
And you would agree that Duke Energy, parent company of the utilities, has an obligation to create value for shareholders.
Capital has a cost to, yes. So when you go to the capital markets, they want a return.
And to the extent that a portfolio included relatively more non-solar capacity that is not subject to the 55% ownership split and is instead utility owned and in Duke's rate base, that would inure to the benefit of shareholders, would it not?
So are you saying, I'm sorry, I got lost in a double negative. Say it one more time for me. I'm sorry.
And setting aside, so solar is subject to this ownership split.
Correct.
Under H951. Otherwise, resources selected to meet the carbon reduction requirements are to be utility owned, correct?
Yes.
So to the extent you have more of those utility owned resources, that inures to the benefit of shareholders.
Not necessarily. The solar has a transmission cost that we would have to build to earn out. And so I could add a CT, for example, and make a lot more money, maybe building the transmission for the solar. So there's no thumb on the scale for capital investment. There's more than capital in an energy transition than, one bite of an elephant at a time, but it is a lot of investment from everybody, all parties involved. And so, no, there was no potential look at that. And I'm not trying to read into your question, but even what you just mentioned there, more solar, even if it's owned, we have to build the transmission to accommodate that. And so I wouldn't say that necessarily I wouldn't make put more in rate base in that transmission than I would, a CT.
Right. Now, H951, this is shifting gears a bit, but H951 requires that the carbon plan be developed with stakeholder input. Does it not?
Yes, it does.
And in critiquing and intervener assumptions, you're not suggesting that the information and input provided by stakeholders is not valuable and that the companies didn't take it into account.
No, we're not saying that stakeholder engagement is not valuable. We think it is valuable.
And you're not suggesting that the consultants retained by the various interveners lack expertise in the field of energy economics?
No, I'm not.
And Mr. Kalemba, this is for you, based on some testimony yesterday. You've heard Mr. Snyder say that it is necessary to snap a chalk line with respect to price inputs in order to begin any planning exercise.
Yes.
And yesterday, in response to a question from Mr. Snowden, you testified that the companies basically snapped a chalk line with regard to some offshore wind assumptions in the fall of last year. Do you recall that?
I remember saying that, and I think that was in regards to offshore wind.
Now, you're aware that the companies held the the series of stakeholder meetings for the carbon plan in the first 3 months or so of this year, correct?
That's
I believe
correct.
you participated.
Yes, I did.
Now, to the extent that stakeholders provided feedback during that stakeholder process on the sources, what should be the appropriate sources for price inputs or any other inputs and assumptions, was that after the company had already snapped a chalk line on inputs and assumptions in the fall of 2021?
We moved that assumption. I mean, in the fall of 21, we would not have had 2029. That was after the stakeholder meetings. In response to stakeholders, we presented a later date. I think you'll remember, if I'm correct, and maybe correct me if it's not your recollection, that we actually had a later date in the stakeholder meeting. And based on feedback from stakeholders, we moved to a more aggressive date for offshore wind. So while we snapped our chalk line for all technology costs and when we got feedback throughout that stakeholder process, that was one of the feedback that we received where we adjusted our chalk line. I erased a part of the chalk line and redrew it 2 years earlier, following stakeholder feedback that we could do offshore wind earlier.
So just to make sure, just to, I guess, clarify and kind of fill out the record, when did the companies finalize the assumptions that were going to go into your carbon plan modeling and you were ready to press go on Encompass or whatever you pressed to get it started?
I think in general, probably 80% of our inputs, 90%, whatever, we had our production database. We have a series of database of inputs that we try and keep up to date. We say snap the chalk line. Let's make sure we have the best data available at that point in time. Then you begin the modeling process and you say, that's my set of inputs. If you get stakeholder feedback that questions one of those particular inputs that are germane to it, that you said, okay, based on stakeholder feedback, we will reevaluate, put into the model that update. We did put in an updated wind assumption after all of our initial data had been determined. And so that was just an example. And there were examples of other things that stakeholders gave us feedback on that we thought were reasonable enough and was not going to interrupt the process so much that we couldn't accommodate their request.
So just to, so what I was asking about was when did you have your assumptions and inputs finalized and when was that?
Following the stakeholder meetings.
So April-ish of this year?
Bobby, I'll turn to you if you made any adjustments after April. I'm not sure.
I know after each stakeholder meeting, and other studies we were doing, we had our updates in the fall, we were modeling from January through May 16th, or May, probably a week before that. But I can't state what the final date was where the chalk
Where
line was.
no input was ever updated,
Where
correct?
no input was ever updated. I would say after the last stakeholder meeting, we did have to make a new set of runs through everything, make sure everything was clean starting from the very beginning. I'm sorry, is this better? Starting from the very beginning of the overall process. And I would think we did that, subject to check, please, but it would probably be in early April where we started making clean runs through all the four portfolios and all the sensitivities.
All right.
If that didn't match up to the last stakeholder meeting, like I said, subject to check of when that happened.
That's fair. Sounds about right. I'm skipping a few questions in the interest of time. Moving to gas prices and well, all right. So you state, and actually, I'm sorry, it's sometimes in your testimony, it was hard to keep track of who was saying what. Sometimes there were names in the questions and sometimes there were not. One of you all said in the testimony that, and this is on page 176, that the current natural gas market conditions largely have nearer term price implications, which is well before any new natural gas generation would come into service in the late 2020s. Does that sound right?
Yeah, subject to check. That sounds correct.
Do you recall also that Appendix E on page 94 refers to the ever-present uncertainty in natural gas prices?
Subject to check, yes.
Now, yesterday, I believe there was some discussion of the fact that most of the company's natural gas is purchased as futures. Do you recall that?
I don't think I said most. I just said we have a robust hedging program where we buy a little bit forward, and the closer in time you get, the bigger the volumes.
Okay, apologies for the inaccuracy there. But in any event, the company's hedging, or each company's hedging strategy has not been sufficient to insulate ratepayers entirely from the recent spikes in gas prices, correct?
No, it has not.
So hedging can mitigate, but it mitigate ratepayers' exposure to the risk of fuel price spikes, but it cannot eliminate their exposure entirely, right?
That's correct.
Shifting gears to hydrogen, you discussed the possibility of blending hydrogen with fossil or natural gas, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that existing gas pipelines would need to be retrofitted in order to be able to transport gas blended with some percentage of hydrogen?
I believe the volumes that we've assumed in our carbon plan are consistent with the limits of the natural gas pipeline's ability to accommodate hydrogen blending.
Consistent with the current pipeline infrastructure's ability to accommodate hydrogen blending?
Right. It was 1% in 2035, 3%, I think, in 2038, and 5% in 2042. And based on, I mean, that was just the feedback we got from our gas suppliers.
And you used an embedded transportation cost assumption in the hydrogen commodity cost assumptions, correct?
That's correct.
And did that take into account any cost to retrofit hydrogen pipelines in the future to be able to transport larger percentages of hydrogen blended with gas?
Not to my knowledge, did it include additional costs to retrofit gas pipelines to accommodate hydrogen blending?
And you would agree that the future supply of green hydrogen carries significant uncertainty, would you not?
I think there's a lot of different ways that hydrogen could develop in the future.
And given that uncertainty in the supply of hydrogen and the potential need to upgrade existing pipelines to transport hydrogen or some blend with hydrogen, that could impact fixed and variable operating costs for gas plants in the future, could it not?
I'm not aware if that would impact the cost to operate our plants.
Could it impact the fuel cost?
Yeah, I mean, if you're saying blending 1% and paying for that 1% hydrogen, could it have a slight impact on your total cost of fuel? I would say that's a fair assumption.
And it's included in our gas price cost.
Now, let's see. I'm going to talk a little bit about gas capital costs. And I also just want to clarify that when I say gas, I'm talking about what the companies refer to as natural gas.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Now, actually, bear with me just a moment. I might be able to eliminate some of these questions. All right. You claim that there's a 40% discount in the cost of a gas combustion turbine if you assume a four-unit site versus a single unit. Do you recall that?
I'm sorry, can you point to a
Page 193 of your testimony. This is in regard to discount may be the wrong word, but if you assume a 4-unit CT, let's just turn together.
I see that.
Page 193.
Yeah, lines 1, 2, and 3.
Just let me know when you're ready.
We're there.
Okay. So CT costs for a single unit rather than the 4-unit site are 40% higher based on Duke Energy estimates. Do you recall that?
Yes, I see that.
And you imply that that is a more realistic assumption because Duke would build a multi-unit CT.
Yes.
And how many megawatts at a time or per plant?
You could have 2 units that are big, that would be 800 megawatts. You could have 4 200 megawatt units, depending on, what was more appropriate when you got to the site specific. But roughly, I mean, we have ranges. We don't have just 800 megawatt sites. We have some that are 800. We have some that are 12. We have some that are bigger. So you have a range of CT sites, 4, 5, 6,
So but the generic 4-unit CT that you're referring to in this testimony, there's not a certain amount of capacity associated with that?
I think this testimony was referring to F-frame sites, which would be 800. If it was for H-frames, it would be more like 1600.
Okay, so 800 to 1600. So you testified, Mr. Snyder, in response to a question from Mr. Quinn yesterday, that capacity additions can sometimes be lumpy, so that you're adding more capacity at one time than is needed to serve load at that time.
For just peak demand. So if you added a combined cycle, for example, to meet carbon reductions, which is a big part of your carbon reduction, you might have for a few years excess capacity.
And you implied, I believe, that's not a problem because you can sell some of that extra capacity or energy produced to neighbors. I recall something to that effect. Is that not, am I not recalling that correctly?
No, I don't recall that line where I'm saying you're going to sell that to neighbors. I will say in the optimization, we've had this discussion, I think past IRPs, is that overbuild is taken into account when you optimize. So if you are just meeting peak capacity and you're building something bigger and smaller units could have fit better, that's taken into account in the optimization process. And so that lumpiness, and if you're overbuilt for a few years and you weren't looking at carbon reductions, which up until this IRP was predominantly capacity, that your optimization takes that lumpiness into account and would pick something else if non-lumpy was cheaper. Now you have the other benefit of carbon, so you're optimizing both for peak demand, but also to meet your carbon reductions and your total energy needs. So yes, the economics are fully accounted for when you build a bigger unit.
Okay, so accepting that lumpiness is not necessarily a bad thing when you're talking about capacity additions. Yesterday, in response to a question from Mr. Snowden, you testified to the effect that it is easier to adjust solar procurement downward if you over procure than the reverse. Do you recall that?
Yeah, if you ignore, I think there's an important caveat that over procurement has an attendant number of risks, and I won't repeat the 15 minutes that we talked about a risk of over procurement, but subject to the ignoring all of those risks, yes, adjusting future procurements down is easier.
Now, that is not true. That would not be true if you overbuild gas capacity. It is not as easy to adjust that downward, correct?
No, I think we're talking past each other. Ms. Thompson, if I build 2 gas plants today and I project 2 more 10 years from now, I don't have to build those 2 10 years from now. But if you're saying if I built too many today, would it be harder to back away from them? Then yes, I suppose it would, and why we have a very limited amount of gas at this point in our near-term action plan.
That is what I was asking. Thank you. Let's see. Now, you also made an assumption with regard to the cost of converting a gas plant to burn hydrogen. That number's confidential, so I'm not going to ask you about it. I'm not going to ask you about the number, but where did that number come from?
It's based on engineering estimates from our combustion turbine generator team.
So those are internal numbers produced internally from Duke Energy.
They rely on OEM estimates on what it would take to add extra equipment, to change piping, manifolds, that sort of thing.
So let's take a hypothetical. Say you apply for a CPCN for a new gas plant in 2023, and the commission grants that CPCN, and you build a gas combined cycle plant. That would come into service when, roughly?
28 or 29, depending on timeline.
Okay. And if conversion to, this is still with me on this hypothetical, if conversion to green hydrogen turns out to be more expensive than you planned, then running that plant on hydrogen may turn out not to be economic in the future, correct?
Yeah, it could go either way. I agree. I mean, the OEMs are telling us their goals. There's 3 major OEMs. We talk to them all on a regular basis. And for when I talked to that team, they said most of the OEMs are shooting, have 2030 as their date, where out of the box, your new gas turbines would be 100% hydrogen capable. So if they can exceed those goals and get them in earlier in the year, great, earlier in the decade. And so maybe there won't be a conversion cost. If there is a conversion cost, I will agree with you. If there is a conversion cost and if it's more expensive, it would impact your total cost estimate.
And if green hydrogen turns out not to be available in sufficient quantity or at all, you might have to retire that gas plant in order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050.
Only if, again, I think go round and round. If no offset market comes and hydrogen doesn't come, if both of those come to fruition, then, and we still feel, and there's not a I guess I missed the third one, which is reliability. There's always, if no other technology comes, hydrogen doesn't come, offset market doesn't come, and no other storage technology or is capable of meeting your reliability needs, then I think there's a reliability out that says we're not going to retire plants and leave the system deficient its ability to serve customers. So if all of that happened, yes, other technologies would have to come into play that don't exist today. Hydrogen would have to not come into fruition, and an offset market would have to not develop. And if all three of those lined up in 2050, 28 years from now, a portion of that investment would have to be retired.
That was essentially my hypothetical that you captured. So thank you for continuing.
Like I said, turn enough knobs and you'll get your answer.
But so in that event, North Carolina does not have a law that authorizes securitization for the undepreciated balance of a gas plant, do we? To your knowledge.
In 28 years from now, I don't know what laws will be in place, but one is not in place today.
I believe that's all the questions I have. Thank you to the panel. Thank you, Chair Mitchell.
All right, tech customers.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Craig Schauer on behalf of the tech customers. I'd like to start with testimony that was just elicited previously by Ms. Thompson. I believe the panel testified that it is not aware that interveners could not replicate the portfolios based on the data provided. Is that correct?
Said we weren't aware that they weren't able to substantially, to my knowledge, public staff got pretty close. Others may have struggled. As we pointed out, we went to extraordinary efforts to help them, but we can only do so much training.
Right. But was the panel aware previous to this afternoon that the other interveners were not able to replicate the results that Duke reached through its modeling?
I think we said we thought they got pretty close. I know, I think we were aware that no one was, had every dot and T the same, which in a modeling exercise of this magnitude, the gigabytes of data and the complexity of the model is not surprising.
And the panel also testified, and I believe I'm using the term correctly, that it did its very best regarding the modeling efforts. But I just want to clarify that its efforts did not include taking the inputs that were provided to the interveners, running them again, Duke running them again to make sure that they produced the outputs that were also provided to interveners. Is that correct?
Not prior to posting the files. We have a developmental server of which we loaded our input files. We made the runs and we replicated. We didn't make every run, and it was brought to our attention that in a couple of times that they didn't quite match. But we did replicate the base portfolios with the files. We took the files off the data mart, put them into the developmental server, made the runs, and could repeat that
After the filing.
after the filing. That's
After the
correct.
filing.
That's correct.
Were you able to identify why the interveners were not able to replicate the model runs?
No, I think, as I said, it's a extraordinarily complex modeling exercise, and we did the best we could to train the interveners. I think they reached out to the vendor to get more information themselves to try and get some of their modeling techniques in line to maybe help replicate or understand nuances of the model. So, there are a fair amount of complexities in modeling the system. And so they work with the vendor. We gave them as much training as we had time to do with technical conferences. And like I said, I think some interveners got pretty darn close and others may not have. But to the degree to which they did or didn't, we did not have the time to go in and further investigate the issues that they may have been having.
And is it your understanding that the public staff was able to substantially replicate the modeling based on the input and output files provided by Duke?
I'd probably ask the public staff.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll leave it to them to what we might say is close. I'll let public staff represent for themselves whether they got pretty close or not.
But as far as you know, nobody has been able to replicate the modeling Duke performed based on the input and output files.
Chair Mitchell, I'd object. One, I think this question's been asked and answered already. Two, I think we're continuing to circle round and round what happened 4 or 5 months ago, and Strategen on behalf of tech customers, as well as numerous other parties, already filed their alternative plans based on presumably developing Encompass modeling based on the files Duke provided. So we keep going round and round challenging whether Duke made their very best efforts to provide this information. And it seems like we're well beyond that. So one, I think the panel's answered the question sufficiently, fully. And two, I think this is very well and dated information.
All right, Mr. Shower, give a response.
Well, Chair Mitchell, it's a simple yes or no question. If you could answer it, I can ask one more follow-up and be done with this line of inquiry.
All right, I'll overrule the objection, allow one question and follow up, and then we'll move on.
Thank you. So as far as you know, no intervener has been able to no intervener plus the public staff has been able to replicate the modeling Duke performed based on the inputs and the outputs.
I think, as I said to Ms. Thompson, they did not exactly replicate them, and much of that may be on their side. It's not as easy as just hitting go. You have to know how to configure your models. You have to know how to have the model set up and run appropriately. You have to have the right resources to the number of servers to make it run efficiently. If you don't, it can bog down. So there's numerous reasons beyond just the company's best efforts where they may have not been able to replicate results. They were using different versions, I think, even at some point, some of the interveners. So having the exact same version is important to get the exact same result.
Sorry, Chair Mitchell, 2 questions in light of that response. I apologize. So is your testimony that the interveners don't know how to use the Encompass model?
It's my testimony that 2 different sets of people that have the Encompass model may not get the same results if they don't use the exact same version, the exact same setup, the exact same number of servers that can process it. You might have had one little input different. We tried to give all our inputs exactly how to use them. So there's a number of reasons that they may have in addition to, and I would say the interveners they did good work. I mean, they tried their best to replicate them. So I mean, it's not a knock on the interveners. It's just, they didn't have the same resources, the same, in some cases, the exact same software, and you may get different results. So we tried our very best to, like I said, we've been doing this more than a dozen years. And if you had asked me just a few years ago, we're going to train interveners on how to use the model. We're going to give every input. We're going to hold that, as part of the process, it was unthinkable. So we've gone to extraordinary measures based on history to try and give the interveners ready access to every input into our model, to hold technical conferences, to help answer questions, and to get them as close as they can. If they didn't get there all the way, I think I just want to make it clear, it's my opinion, that it is not 100% the company's responsibility to get them to be able to replicate it.
So, Mr. Schneider, how does the commission know that portfolio 1, 2, 3, and 4 are valid if not 1, and not 2, but 3 interveners were not able to replicate those model runs?
Objection. I think, sorry, may I? That assumes facts that are not in evidence. He's asked if the company was aware, and it's not been established that other parties, each of whom filed a alternative plan using Encompass, were able to assess, validate, and replicate the modeling.
All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection, sort of a sustain, sort of an overrule. I'm gonna allow you to ask the question as a hypothetical so that we can move on.
Sure. So restated as a hypothetical, how would the commission know that if not one or two, but three interveners could not replicate Duke's Encompass modeling, that the portfolios of 1, 2, 3, and 4% in the carbon plan are valid?
I think the commission, in its discretion, understands that none of the interveners replicated each other's results, right? So how can you trust, if you don't get the exact same result, then how do you can't be expected to get the exact same result. What you're verifying is the modeling was done correctly within reason, that your inputs are reasonable, and the fact that you can't exactly replicate when you have a complex model of this size, and of note, none of the interveners could replicate each other's results, you would never come to a conclusion. So if your standard is, I need multiple people with different resources, taking slightly different approaches to get the exact same result, you'll never have any ability to approve anything, because I don't see anybody replicating each other's results.
All right, moving on. On page 8 of the modeling panel testimony, Duke states that interveners use modeling assumptions that, quote, introduce bias against firm dispatchable resource types. Do you recall that testimony?
What line, please?
Uh,
Sorry, I can go there and look.
yeah, sorry, I do not have the specific line, but it's page 185, and I will get the line for you in 1 second.
I'm sorry, page 8 or page 185?
Page 185.
Oh, I'm
Thank you.
sorry, I was on page 8. I see
Line
something
19.
generally like that at the bottom of the page. Okay.
Yeah, line 18 and 19.
Yes.
Right. Did you read the direct testimony of Maria Rampani submitted by the tech customers?
I read a summary of it a while back, but you can, if you want to put a
Okay.
specific line in front of me, I'm happy to respond to it.
Well, on page 5, do you recall that she talked about how the tech customers' preferred portfolios selected the construction of a combustion turbine by the end of 2029?
I see that, I was looking at the summary now, and I would agree that you did select a combustion turbine by the end of 20.
And then on page 194 of your testimony, you also acknowledged that the preferred portfolio also selected natural gas PPAs.
Yes.
So the Gable report's recommendation is that the commission should, quote, reject the company's request to pursue development and procurement activities for new gas in this proceeding. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, it's not a contention that Duke should never build no gas. It's just that Duke should wait until the 2024, or the commission should wait until the 2024 carbon plan proceeding before making that decision.
Yeah, I kicked the can. Got it.
Duke acknowledges that there is a risk of inadequate firm fuel supply for any new natural gas plants built by Duke.
Yes.
And on page 185 of your testimony, you discuss how Duke's plan to supply gas to a new gas plant is based on the assumption of the completion of the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Isn't that right?
In our primary portfolios, that was our gas supply region, and then in alternate in P5 and 6, we looked at an alternate transco down to the Henry Hub Gulf Basin.
And now the Mountain Valley Pipeline is expected to be completed in the second half of 2023, according to your testimony?
I believe that's their current public position.
So one way the commission could mitigate the fuel supply risk is to wait to see if the Mountain Valley Pipeline is completed in 2023, and then decide as part of the 2024 carbon plan whether to select a new natural gas plant.
Yeah, I think if we move forward with a Q3, Q4 CPCN, which would be second half of 2023, we're going to have pretty good indication as to whether or not at the time we come forward with the CPCN that MVP is moving forward or not.
Right, but if the commission were to wait until the 2024 carbon plan, it would have greater visibility before even selecting that resource as part of the plan.
I'm saying by the time we ask them to select it, that time that docket concludes and they issue an order, yes or no, on a CPCN, they would have that information.
Right, but as part of the carbon plan request in 2022, you're asking them to make that decision without that information.
We've told them as well that we would adhere to normal CPCN as we move to the execution phase, and we would do updated analysis that would include new gas prices, the actual cost of the project, the impact on fuel supply, all of that. You get into a lot more detail than you do at the planning phase. You get into a lot of detailed project-specific analytics, as you all are aware on the commission, in a CPCN proceeding. And that would be one of the factors that would be discussed in that latter half of 23 that would influence. You would have that full information along with much more detailed cost information and modeling. And so we're saying that subject to the CPCN, they can make that decision at the CPCN phase.
Right, but my question was, Duke is asking the commission to select that gas as part of the 2022 carbon plan proceeding.
Subject to a CPCN be filed in 23.
Thank you. Duke stated in Chapter 4 of the carbon plan that the quickest it could construct a new natural gas plant was 5 to 6 years.
I
Recall that.
believe, what page?
Page 14. It sets forth a table.
Chapter 4.
Page 14 of Chapter 4 of the carbon
Yeah,
plan.
I'm just looking to
Sure.
verify.
And I'll wait for you to get there.
Okay, I am there. Yeah, I'm looking at the table 4-5.
That's right.
Okay, yep.
And you'd agree, it says, I mean, granted, it's talking about two different units, a CC and a CT, but the range of time is from CPCN being granted to completion 5 to 6 years.
Well, I'm just sort of doing the math. If the CPCN was issued in the end of 23, so I've got 24, 25, 26. 27 would be 4 years, 3 if it was in the beginning of the year, 4 if it was in the end. So 3 to 4 years for a CT, and then 4 to 5 for a CC.
Exactly. You're familiar with the U.S. Energy Information Administration? Right. And the EIA publishes information related to the energy industry, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a broad, generalized publication, yes.
And you read the testimony of Adrian Kimbrough submitted on behalf of the tech customers.
Yes, a while back. So.
Do you recall that Mr. Kimbrough in his testimony cited the EIA's Annual Energy Outlook 2022 report at page 4? Right.
Sorry, I don't.
Subject to check.
Yeah, I'll subject to check and trust that you're reading me the correct quotes from those testimonies.
All right. Do you also, by chance, subject to check, recall that Mr. Kimbrough's testimony cited a report by PJM called PJM/Cone 2026/2027 report?
Subject check, yes.
All right. Madam Chair, I'd like to distribute some exhibits. Actually, I've given copies to the public staff, commission staff, and you just hand it out to the council.
Just, are you going to be referring to Kimbrough's testimony?
Yeah, just exhibits. There's 7 copies.
here.
Sorry, very good. Madam Chair, while these are being distributed, I believe they would be marked as, I'm going to try to get this right. Tech customers, modeling panel direct, cross exhibit 1 for the EIA exhibit. And then tech customers, modeling panel direct, cross exhibit 2 for the PJM exhibit.
All right, good work, Mr. Shower.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shower, there are two PJM exhibits here. Are they all supposed to be in one document or are they? There's the cone study and then.
Oh, no,
there's
no,
some of the
I haven't,
table.
you shouldn't be getting the,
We've got the
Oh.
EIA and the
Yeah,
cone.
I need some of those back.
All right, so for purposes of the record, the EIA document will be marked for identification as tech customers modeling panel direct cross-examination number 1.
Sorry about that.
And then the PJM Cone 2026-27 report will be marked as tech customers modeling panel direct cross-examination exhibit 2.
Yes, Commissioner. Sorry. So if I could direct the panel's attention to Exhibit 1. This is called the Cost and Performance Characteristics of New Generating Technologies from the Annual Energy Outlook 22 by the EIA. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And if you turn to the table on the second page, the EIA report shows the construction lead times for combustion cycle and combustion turbines. And if you can see for the 3 CC options, it shows a construction lead time, and I believe it's highlighted in the copies you have, of 3 years. And for the combustion turbines, it says a construction time of 2 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, I see those.
And if you could take a look at Exhibit 2, which is the PJM Cone report. And I'll have to navigate you through this. These are excerpts from a 94-page report that I felt like nobody needed 94 pages of.
Thank you.
If you would turn to the front of page 5, which is page 32 of the report, but the 5th page, the front of it, under the heading 3B3, you should see a highlighted sentence that says SNL developed monthly capital drawdown schedules over the project development period of 32 months for CCs.
I see that.
So in other words, PJM estimated that the time to construct a CC would be 32 months for purposes of this study.
That is their estimate for a construction period only.
Correct.
There's a lot more to than getting a CC online than construction.
Okay. And if you turn to the last page of Exhibit 2, at the very top, under the section 4B1, it says SNL developed monthly capital drawdown schedules over the project development period of 20 months for CTs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so based on the estimates of EIA and PJM, the construction of a CT should take 20 to 24 months, the construction time. And the construction of a CC should take 32 to 36 months. Is that correct?
That's what they're saying the construction period is.
Okay. I want to show you, sorry, one more exhibit that I prepared. Let me hand this one out. Sorry. Madam Chair, These were inadvertently handed out to all of the participants before they were handed out to the commissioners. And so if we could have a moment where I could collect some to make sure the commissioners and the witnesses have them. We collected some, but not enough. So I apologize for the confusion.
All right, no problem.
Mr. Chair, I have a stamp here.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I believe this would be marked as Tech Customers Modeling Panel Direct Cross Exhibit 3.
The document will be marked for identification as Tech Customers Modeling Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 3.
So Mr. Snyder, this exhibit is a visualization of Duke's timeline for building a CT and a CT. A CC and a CT is set forth in Table 4.5 compared to the timeline for the EIA and the PJM. And just to orient you to.
Is this something, I'm sorry to interrupt, is this something we provided or is this something?
No,
you-
this is a visualization I created.
You
It's a
created.
demonstrative exhibit.
All right,
Just
thank
kind
you.
of make a
Gotcha.
comparison.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just didn't
No,
know
no,
if
no.
you were saying we provided this, because I
Sorry.
wouldn't agree with that as our character.
You did not
Okay.
provide this.
Okay.
On the left, I have recreated the construction timeline Duke presents in Chapter 4 of the Carbon Plan for the construction of a CT by the end of 2027 and the construction of a CC by the end of 2028, which is what was discussed in Table 4.5. And then on the right, I created the construction timeline of a CT and a CC based on the construction estimates provided by EIA and PJM for the construction of a CT by the end of 2027 and a CC by the end of 2028. Based on the visualization, if Duke were able to construct a CC and a CT in the amount of time that the EIA and PJM estimate it should take, then Duke could wait to file a CPN until 2025 and still construct a CT and a CC before the dates Duke claims it needs them. Is that correct?
No, I'm sort of lost. Maybe you can help me.
Sure.
You're showing me 3 years on an exhibit. Which exhibit was the EIA? And it says lead time, 3 years for a combined cycle, 3 years of construction, right?
Sure.
So in your EIA, you show on your new CC column on the right, 1 year of construction. So how do I get a CPCN?
Sure. Let me better.
And construct in a year?
Let me better explain my exhibit. So starting with Duke's timeline, based on Table 5, it said that a CPCN application would be granted in 2023. And then according to Table 4.5, an application would be filed in 2023. This is for the CT. A CPCN would be granted in 2024 and construction would begin sometime during 2024. And then in order to have the CT completed in time by the end of 2027, construction would take place at some point in 2024, 2025, 2026, and then through the end of 2027, which would be a timeline of either 36 to 48 months. Correct?
For a CC.
Correct. For a CT. Sorry, I misspoke. I was looking at the green column.
Yeah, so I
Right.
see 36 months for the CT.
Yes.
Yes.
Or 48, depending on whether or not the CPCN was granted at the beginning of the year and Duke needed all 4 years.
Yeah, it would not be granted at the beginning of the year
Well, sure.
of 23.
Now, if for a new CC, this is again based on Table 4.5, a CPCN application would be filed in 2023. The application, according to the table, in theory, assumably is granted in 2024. And in order for the CC to be complete by the end of 2028, construction would take place in 24, 25, 26, 27, and potentially through 2028, which would be a range of 48 to 60 months, correct?
I don't see 60, but I guess you're going back to if we had the CPCN January 1. And
Yeah, and took to the end of 2028, that would in theory be almost 60
yes,
months. Okay.
which we're sitting here in September, so without having filed, so. That's
Understood.
But yes,
Uh,
so,
So the PJM timeline, if I could explain that.
yeah,
So using the assumption that a CPCM application could be filed in 2025 after the 2024 carbon plan proceedings, and it would be granted at some point in 2026, and using the numbers provided by EIA and PJM, giving Duke 20 to 24 months, the CT should be able to be completed by the end of 2027, correct?
if you had that's using their construction, and I think he's comparing construction timeline, not total project. So you've got permitting work to do before you turn dirt. You got to get your air permits, your water permits. You've got transmission that may be your long lead time to get interconnection work done. As we've seen, it can be the long lead time with solar. It may be pipeline infrastructure that's your long lead time. So if you're just focusing on turning dirt and turning wrenches for the plant itself, that's a shorter timeline than the total project timeline that has associated infrastructure permitting. And as we've said earlier, going into this proceeding, any infrastructure build is taking longer these days due to the protracted nature sometimes of achieving receipt of all your permits, right-of-ways, transmission right-of-ways, to make this happen. So this accelerated timeline that only looks at construction and doesn't look at the associated full project timeline is not really a realistic. And I think, for point of reference for the commission, we've built a number of combined cycles, a number of turbines from the date the CPCN to the date, and we see that expanding given the, contentious nature of getting all the infrastructure you need. So I would not agree that you can simply say CPCN, now go start building the plant. So when you adjust for that, I'm more aligned with the Duke timeline as a total project timeline and not taking a general industry report on construction that assumes you magically get all your permits and all your infrastructure on day one and just start constructing. So that's the difference. And I stand behind the Duke timeline.
So the commission can take judicial notice of docket E2 sub 1006, which was the CPN application for Sutton CT. And the application was filed on April 2015. The CPCN was granted in August of 2015, and the CT was commercially operational in July of 2017. So in other words, Duke managed to do it in 23 months, despite all of the additional challenges you just referenced.
Yeah, you just you had an apples and oranges comparison there. That was a brownfield site with existing infrastructure that also was a one small CT being added to. So not only did you get the economies of scale for that CT was a I believe that was our, Bobby, the black start was in 16 at Sutton for the support of the nuclear plant. Is that correct? I don't want to say something on the record wrong.
Subject to check.
That's all right. So if memory recalls, that was not a large 4 turbine site that you're developing. That was adding to an existing CTCC site, a small CC at a brownfield that had all the infrastructure already in place. And so that's a great example of if I was just adding a little CC at a brownfield site and took all the advantage of the brownfield, I could do it much quicker than adding a new combined cycle and needing all the infrastructure to get it. So a lot of our estimates are generic in the plan, are based on a much bigger site than what he's referring to in the Sutton case.
So the construction of a CT or a CC at a brownfield site can expedite the construction process?
Yeah, the brownfield site, and we hope to put our new CCs and CTs at brownfield sites, but you still have infrastructure, you still have to do interconnection work. If it's a brownfield, for example, the CTU reference was a gas site at a gas site. If I'm doing gas at a coal site, there's supporting infrastructure that's needed. You may or may not need additional interconnection work. If your existing switch yard is sufficient or not is yet to be determined. You may have to build out an entirely new switch yard for a new combined cycle. You may need time for the intrastate pipeline construction to come in to that coal site. And, you know, there, you may have to do some preliminary land work to, you know, make lay down area while you're operating the coal site and building. So there's a lot of, and you still have to get, you know, go through the permitting process. So there's a fair amount of work other than just turning the crank. Again, that Sutton CT was a small CT and an existing gas site that didn't require any of that larger, what would be needed for a much larger project.
Right, but just to clarify, according to your testimony and table 4.5 of chapter 4 of the carbon plan, the CT and the CC that Duke wants to build by 2027 and 2028 would be constructed at brownfield sites, according to these construction estimates.
We are striving to put them at brownfield sites, yes.
Okay, so the advantages of a brownfield site would apply to the construction of these CTs and CCs.
Not in the same way it did to that Sutton site. As I explained, it was a much smaller, it didn't need a new switch yard, it didn't need a new pipeline. It was relatively easy to permit because it was such a small turbine for, I think it was voltage support for the nuclear plant and black start support. It was not even of the same scope and scale of these types of projects. These are much, much bigger, orders of magnitude bigger projects than the docket that you asked the commission to take judicial notice of.
But also, I asked them to be mindful of the EIA and PJM estimates that they applied and published, correct?
And I reminded them to take note that it was just the construction period and not all the project, total project.
Moving on to page 194 of your testimony, you point out that the preferred portfolio selects 900 megawatts of CC and CT capacity from third-party gas plants. Do you recall that?
I'm looking at it now.
You have a line for the numbers you quoted?
19 and 20, as well as 17.
I'm there. I see.
Okay. So do you see that you say that the Gable portfolio or the preferred portfolio selects 900 megawatts of PPAs for CT and CC power?
Yeah, additional.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Duke has the criticism starting on line 19 of that same page that Gable presents, or Gable quote, presents no justification for assuming that an additional 900 megawatts of firm CC and CT capacity will be available for purchase by the companies on the timeline required. Do you see that testimony?
I do.
In the Gable report at pages 30 and 31, Gable Associates identified 3 third-party natural gas plants with which Duke currently contracts for firm capacity, correct?
They did.
Right. And it was Cleveland CT, Rowan CT, and Rowan CC, correct?
Right.
Right. And Gable pointed out that Duke already has existing contractual relationships for capacity from these 3 plants. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think they suggest we get 900 more.
Right. And Gable also looked at the termination dates of the various PPAs for each of those plants and used the upcoming termination dates to see when Duke might be able to acquire additional power from those 3 plants.
Additional 900 above what we're currently contracting for.
But it looked at the PPAs, found the available capacity and the time it was available and ran that into its model, correct?
I don't know. That's what they say. Yes. And when you say existing PPAs, I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember in the report. Are you talking about the existing PPAs that Duke has with that? I'm trying to figure out whether we're talking about incremental capacity above what we're already contracting for, which is already built into our plan. We assume we're going to extend those contracts. We have, the contracts, and I'm going to try and say this without having to go into confidential section. Let's just say we're assuming we're going to extend our existing contracts already in the ones we know, we think we can extend, we have built that into the carbon plan. So what we're pointing out here is the assumption that we can get 900 additional megawatts is unsubstantiated.
In other words, you don't believe the Gable report looked at the other capacity, the additional capacity beyond what Duke already acquires from those plants? Looked when it would become available according to the PPAs that are currently in existence and said, we are going to assume that Duke can buy that additional capacity as it becomes available.
Yeah, I know that's what they did do and assume that. I'm saying I don't think that's a reasonable assumption.
Now, to be conservative though, Gable Associates also decided to add a 5% of premium above the current contract price with each of those resources.
Yeah, again, I think you're talking about resources. You mentioned 3 resources, Cleveland, Row NCT, Row NCC. Those are by and large Southern Company owned resources. Our ability to get the remainder of those, if you see that Southern Company is retiring all of its coal and relying on merchant generation to retire their coal, we don't believe it's substantiated to believe that Duke is going to have easy access to procure more than we're already procuring. And I'm not even getting into the 951 ownership of taking on incremental gas under PPA versus ownership. That's a separate and distinct issue. But the fact of the matter is the market in the Carolinas and in the Southeast for merchant generation is very, very tight and getting tighter. All of these assets are being subscribed back to retail load obligations or wholesale load obligations, and there is not a large amount of excess capacity in the region, perhaps that there was a decade ago, and I don't believe it's reasonable. Two prongs. We could have the ownership discussion. That's not where I want to go. We've filed comments on that. It's a little bit outside my testimony, but even if we were to go past that, that market is extraordinarily constrained at the moment.
Chair Mitchell, just very briefly to make sure the record's clear, when Mr. Shower said that Gable reviewed the PPAs, can we just ensure we're clear on which PPAs you're referring to? Duke wouldn't have access to PPAs that are not with Duke Energy. So I just want to be clear about which PPAs you're referring to when you say your consultant reviewed the PPAs.
I have to admit that we would have to refer that question to Gable Associates, but that is my understanding of the research they conducted.
Okay, so
And they'll be available later.
Yeah. Bring that up on cross-examination.
thank you.
So, Mr. Snyder, returning to you, is it Duke's position that Duke will not be able to purchase that additional capacity as it becomes available, even if Duke is willing to pay a premium for that additional capacity?
I'm saying there are many market participants that may have already taken, they can't assume just because an existing contract is rolling off that it will not be, or maybe has already been. I don't have access to, right? I don't know. I'm not the market expert. I say it's unreasonable. It's not reasonable to assume that there is 900 megawatts as a core planning assumption today, 900 megawatts above what we already contract for. Just to be clear, because we do contract for a certain amount of gas capacity that we did extend and assume we were going to have access to in the carbon plan. But to find another 900 megawatts in this region, we do not believe is going to be reasonably accessible, notwithstanding and sort of not making judgment on the filing on the ownership issue.
Thank you. Moving on to page 68 of your testimony. You discussed the supplemental portfolios. Yes, sorry.
Page 68,
Yes.
I am there.
All right, and I'll give you a line in 1 second. You start your discussion of the supplemental portfolios, and you say that the adjustments of the supplemental portfolio would not have resulted in material differences in the selection of resources in the carbon plan. You recall that testimony?
Do.
All right. But you acknowledge that the supplemental portfolios did not select offshore wind until the 2040s, correct?
Yes, I'll agree with you.
Then the testimony goes on to state at page 74, quote, I'm sorry, it goes on to state that the supplemental modeling results, quote, support Duke's request for approval of near-term development activities. Then I'll insert on ellipses for offshore wind. In other words, your position is that the supplemental portfolios support Duke's request for
Yeah,
near-term
that,
development
you know,
activities.
they're going to be needed and the, you know, the relative benefits and that you can't pursue it if you're not developing it. And we said whether they're needed in the early 30s or the early 40s and whether those economics change. And as we said, P5 and 6 were done primarily as robustness tests for our near-term action plan. Not to say that everything in that portfolio that we exactly agreed with. And if offshore wind was not, maybe it gets selected and it's only a small margin of difference, that diversification benefit, resource diversification benefit, may be something that the commission may want to consider that, yes, it's 100 million more than the P5 would suggest, but it provides diversification. It provides a different profile of resource coming into the system geography wise. So there's lots of reasons that the commission might want us to continue to keep offshore wind as an option, whether it's, you know, 29, 30, 31, or later in the 30s. Those economics, unless they're, you know, the commission determines that the economic selection is so out of the money that they don't want any development work, that's at their discretion as well. But I would say there's a lot of good reasons other than it not being, you know, in that one particular portfolio being selected to say it's still worth pursuing early development work. And I will, you know, probably let you question our long lead time panel that has more of those facts and figures.
Yeah, it takes approximately a decade to construct an offshore wind facility, correct?
It certainly does if you don't have any development work done.
Right. So from start to finish, approximately a decade.
So to keep the option more viable, you want to have some development work done. Yes.
And if the supplemental model showed that it's not economic for the offshore wind to be operational into the 2040s, that means Duke could start construction or development activities in the 2030s and still have it operational in time to be a least cost resource.
If your sole decision was if this was not economically selected as the least cost, then don't begin any development work. You know, and you have to determine in that, is that economics so egregious that we should just stop everything? Or is that economics, you know, slightly out of the money? It's not least cost in this current worldview, but it's worth because the economics were not tremendously disadvantageous to offshore wind. We need to keep that option alive. And the cost overall, when you look at the development cost as a total project cost, is a reasonable expenditure to make to preserve the option to bring offshore wind in earlier. If you never start development work, then you're always 10 years away. And maybe that's fine if you say it's just so far, under no circumstance will we do it. But if it's, hey, that's pretty close to being least cost in the grand scheme of everything, and these development costs are such a small part of total project costs that I'm not putting too much you know, consumer money, repair money at risk here, then that's a decision for the commission. But I think we believe it's still knowing that offshore wind is a resource that over the planning horizon is likely going to be needed, and it could move up, it could move back, and that the relative economics, you know, in one portfolio it's picked and one it may not, then, you know, the commission has the discretion to determine whether early development work is prudent at this time.
Mr. Snyder, the statute requires least cost planning, not pretty close to being least cost planning, correct?
We're not asking for approval to build the offshore wind. Just to be clear, we're asking for approval to pursue near-term development activities, a limited amount, not asking for a CPCN or even for the commission to select that offshore wind at this time. And again, I don't want to step on the testimony of our long lead time panel, so I'm trying, in the interest of time, try and keep it brief.
Madam Chair, no further questions.
All right. Let's see, next up. Yep, we got
Madam
Walmart.
Chair,
Go ahead.
I
Yes,
I know
sir.
you said that exhibits would be entered into the record at the end of the panel, but just while this is fresh for the commission, I want to identify that Mr. Shower's Exhibit 3, which was the demonstrative exhibit that he presented, this one. So he was intending to demonstrate something which our panel fundamentally disagreed with and disputed the accuracy of the exhibit that Mr. Shower created. This is not a third-party developed document. It's not been independently verified. So at the appropriate time, we do plan to object to entering this demonstrative exhibit into the record.
All right, noted.
Chair Mitchell, I will do my best to, I will try to be done by the 5 o'clock timeframe. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Good afternoon.
I want to sort of touch base on the topic that we were just addressing, this demonstrative exhibit from the tech customers. And bear with me while I try to find my notes. I'm so sorry. I'm Carrie Grunman on behalf of Walmart, Inc. Mr. Kalimba, were you a witness in docket number E7 sub 1134, which was the company's CPCN application for the 402 megawatt combustion turbine addition in Lincoln?
I was.
And are you familiar, or would the commission accept and take judicial notice that the CPCN was filed for that in June 17th of 2017? Does that timeline sound right to you?
That sounds right.
And are you aware and familiar from a press release on Duke's website that that was connected to the grid and went online in May 2020?
That sounds correct.
And-
But if I can,
Yes.
the that Lincoln CT is there are multiple steps within that CT where it's not actually officially its official online date is not. I'm quite not sure what it is now. I think when at the time, and it probably still holds, was I think was 2024 as the it is. That's not to say it's not putting out power today.
It's test power. It's not commercially operational under the care, custody, and control of Duke at this point in time.
But that's because you're using an experimental technology with Siemens Energy, correct?
At an existing site, and so it was synced to the grid as a conditional resource, but it is not in the care, custody, control of Duke.
But did the experimental nature of that resource somehow affect and make the construction easier or quicker than other types of technology would?
It made it, to some extent, we put it at, again, at an existing site with, and it was picked very carefully because it had the infrastructure where transmission upgrades were not needed. And it had adequate fuel supply already there. So there was no, it's not like putting gas at a coal site where you don't have fuel supply. So it had the adequate gas supply, it had the adequate transmission, and then all you were left with was the construction period without the need for additional transmission work or additional gas infrastructure or significant additional gas infrastructure.
Mr. Schneider, let me repeat my question so I can make sure that you and I are, you're asking the actual question that I'm actually
Yeah,
asking
got
you.
it.
So the question had nothing to do with the location or the existing transmission. It purely related to the experimental nature of the Siemens Energy technology and whether or not that specific technology somehow enabled you to construct more or less quickly than you would with some other type of technology.
And the technology being gas at a gas site is all I was saying. Whether it was experimental or not, you were putting gas at gas with existing transmission and existing gas. So that made it easier.
Okay, I want to go back. I'm going to kind of jump around a little bit to try and touch a number of the subjects that you've touched on today. With respect to offshore wind, it is the company's position that one of the near-term development items is to acquire the lease for $155 million from a Duke Energy affiliate. Is that correct?
I'm going to leave that for the long lead time.
But you were previously making arguments to the commission in favor of the early development work just a few minutes ago in response to questions from the Tuck customers, correct?
I think the commission has a decision to make to whether developing offshore wind and starting early development makes sense. And they can factor in many factors as we're not asking for approval to construct, but just to begin some preliminary development.
And my question to you is, do one of those preliminary development steps include acquiring a lease for offshore wind?
That is my understanding, but I'm going to say that's subject to check to the long lead time panel that will more fulsomely answer that question.
Mr. Snyder, I think earlier, and I apologize if I misunderstood, but I think in response to some questions from Ms. Thompson, you made a comment with respect to gas plants about optimization and about how the optimization process during modeling will help select the right type of unit. Is that a correct, have I summarized correctly?
No, it's not just the optimization. If you go to you have at a specific site, you have real world conditions, right? How much land do I have? What's my interconnection look like? If it's combined cycle, what's my water availability? What's my switch yard? You have bids coming in from actual EPC contractors, major equipment at that point in time. So you're not using generic estimates that you do in an optimization. You have very specific, and this is my point earlier about dozens of different, vendors and slight differences. You go through a much more detailed equipment selection, configuration, and costs at that siting and development process than you do at the planning phase. And all I was talking to Ms. Thompson about was that's when you can say maybe this turbine size or this turbine vendor fits better at this particular site based on the real world bids we got and the real world situation at that particular site. And so we've optimized our site, sometimes adding an additional turbine to take advantage of the remaining transmission or water, or shrinking the size to fit that infrastructure that was available. That'll happen at that siting.
Sorry, Mr. Schneider, I think the record will clarify, obviously. It's been a little while since Ms. Thompson was asking you questions, but I thought the discussion was with respect to the modeling space. And are you just saying you don't agree that that was the context for the question?
I'm saying you'll have more discrete information that you can run through the model, but that the optimization I'm talking about right now, and I'm trying to remember if it's the same context as Ms. Thompson is.
Well, then my only question is, do you believe that that was the context? If you don't, I'll try to re-ask my question so that we can be talking about the same thing.
I think we will be able to take real world costs and relook at it from an optimization.
And that's when so I want to talk about optimization, which is a concept in the modeling space
Right.
as well, correct?
Yes.
And the optimization is something that occurs to ensure that as
That's
you all
right.
are developing the
And we'll
plan,
have that, yes, and we will be able to do that based on, say, here it is. Does it still make sense in our portfolios?
Now, have you had a chance to look at the tech customers' testimony from Dr. Rumpani?
It's been a while, but yes, please refer me and I will
Page 9.
endeavor to agree.
Page 19 of Dr. Rumpani's testimony, lines 1 through 12, discusses the step that the company took where it changed 35% of the batteries and replaced it with natural gas resources. You made that out of modeling step, you recall that, correct?
Oh, it certainly isn't an out of modeling. That's one of the things we'd never agree with. We did more detailed modeling. So you move from a screening model, and we did more detailed modeling to verify at that step. It's not out of model, it's actually in model, it's in more detailed model. So
Well,
we did make the step.
Did
I
make that
disagree with the
change.
characterization. It's out of modeling. It's actually in detailed modeling that, as Mr. McMurray went through a fair amount of detail to say, is standard practice and is actually, if you don't do that step, when you go down, it's probably insufficient.
Did you go back through within the model once you made that change, whether or not you can see that it's in or out of model, and conduct a re-optimization step?
The point is, the optimization step is a simplified screening model. You then verify that in a more detailed production cost model where you have much better. So to take it back out and put it back into is, that's not how the modeling works. The selection process, you don't put something in at the first step, at the CapEx screening step. That's what selects it. Then you take that thing, it moves you into the ballpark, gets you into a much closer zip code. And so then you take things from there and you say, you know what? I need to look at this much more detailed, especially with storage, because the optimization model was never built to optimize storage. That's a new development in the last couple of years. It was never in the architecture for these things up to this point in time. So we're, that's where the industry is evolving. And you say, I need an 8760, meaning every hour of every year, detailed production cost model to look at the true value of that storage so I can move it in real time, not on a hypothetical load shape that's not 8760, compare it to a turbine and say which one's more economic. It would make no sense. It actually, I can't quite understand how you could even then go back and say, put it in the optimization. You're moving down the stream. You don't go back upstream.
Well, so let me have you take a look at Dr. Rumpani's testimony at page 19, lines 1 through 12.
Could you hand that to me,
Well, I can hand you the page from it if you'd like it.
please? I just don't have enough room on the table for the several thousand pages in this document. Oh, we've made him plenty, I promise.
That's why he had a pension when he retired, so we'll be thankful for that.
All right,
Page 19, lines 1 through 12. All I want to talk about is your response to this criticism. And if it's purely that you don't think that this criticism is appropriate, I'm happy to have your response to that. But the testimony says is that another concern is the replacement of batteries with combustion turbines, which is again done outside of the model. I understand you already disagree with that. We don't have to go back through that. Because this step is done outside of the capacity expansion step in Encompass, it essentially bypasses the selection of resources based on both their cost and their potential carbon footprint as weighted by the optimization under a carbon emissions reduction target. Furthermore, after forcing in a high number of thermal resources, the composition of the remaining portfolio is not again tested and might no longer be optimal. So the focus of my question is on that. Should you retest to determine if it remains optimal? And is your answer the same, that that's an unnecessary step?
Yeah, I don't think you need to do that step.
Thank you. Moving, I want to touch base on a topic that I covered yesterday with Ms. Bowman, and it relates to all-in costs of the plan. Looking at the direct testimony, page 90.
All right, so I'm
I see it's
gonna pause here. Yes, it's 5 o'clock. How much longer do you anticipate?
I would love to tell you that I would be done in 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay, let's break for today. We'll come back. We'll start with you tomorrow morning. We will be back on the record 9 o'clock. Let's go off the record. Actually, let's,
You can stay out, you can go off the record, maybe.
all right, let's go off the record. What,
So, if I could request, so we mentioned earlier the potential need to move around witnesses, just one witness panel, grid edge, scoot them up. I think it would be really helpful to make a final decision on that. If I could ask kindly for all parties to maybe take a second look at the revised, and think it'd be helpful for all of us to take a second look at the revised estimates. Our colleagues at CPSA helpfully put together a great tool for that. If I could ask all parties to maybe take a second look at their estimated cross times coming up. If it's gone up, note accordingly to help us to look at that tonight and then make a final request of the chair tomorrow if we're going to move, where we're going to move the grid edge panel. That'll help us to line everyone up. And if if the chair finds that a reasonable
That's
approach.
acceptable. And I would just ask everyone, as you're thinking about your cross times, please take into account that the witness has to respond to your questions. So I really, I mean, we've blown through a bunch of estimates. So I would ask that everyone give that a little bit more thought so that we can plan our time efficiently and use our time efficiently. So,
Thank you.
all right, see everybody tomorrow.
One more thing.